the immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us on a free-for-all football Friday. That's right. Chip and Zay right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, how you doing, my man?
Not too shabby, my guy. Happy Friday, everybody. Feeling good, feeling great. Chip, how are you?
Man, if I was doing any better, I'd have a winning lottery ticket in my hand. You know what I'm saying?
I feel that.
We got some fun stuff on the show today. Two-time Mr. Universe, the one and only John Brown, father of 3 5-star wide receiver sons, Equanimous, Osiris, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I was watching some of the highlights from Lions Dolphins practice. Amon-Ra was putting on a show, as he tends to do. I mean, are you not impressed, Zay? Or what?
I'm very impressed. I thought you were going. I thought, I heard the insane keyboard going crazy, so I thought you were going crazy on your comment. I'm always impressed with Amon-Ra St. Brown, dog. Dude.
That's our guy.
Yeah, man. 3-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro, first-team All-Pro. Yeah, like trying to build that resume to one day when it's all said and done, you get that call to Canton. So a Super Bowl definitely helped that. And I'm sure with Aiden Hutchinson healthy, a lot of those guys on that defense coming back healthy, that's what ruined the season last year. You go to the NFC Championship the year before, lose to San Fran, you come back the next year with all this hype and just you're pulling guys off of 8 Mile to put on that defense. So, yeah, it was a struggle for Dan Campbell and those guys, even though the offense is money and will continue to be money, led by Jared Goff and Amon-Ra. So, yeah, man, you should feel good. Like, last year, wash that away. Wash that funk away, man. Get rid of that. We ain't talking about last year. Number 1 seed. We know that don't matter. It's all about this year.
15-2.
It's tough. It's rough. That's tough. I ain't gonna lie. I remember it being very difficult for you. So hopefully, but
I mean, you get knocked out by Brock Purdy and Jaden Daniels. I can live with Jaden Daniels. That dude was a sniper. At LSU, he won the Heisman. Brock Purdy didn't win nothing. But then he goes to San Fran and he turns into crazy legs Purdy against the Lions.
I mean, he got an NFC championship under his belt, took his team to the Super Bowl.
Got a $200 million contract.
Yeah, I feel like Brock Purdy, you're disrespectful towards Brock Purdy. I can't let that happen. It's weird because you're a huge Rocco Bet guy, yet Brock Purdy doesn't get any love. Like, why can't 2 guys from Ames get a little love in there too?
Didn't Brock Purdy throw 3 interceptions in a Big 12 championship game?
That sounds about right, but those are the college days.
All right. I know. I got to let it go. And I said after that NFC championship game, I got to give it to you, Brock Purdy, because he made the plays and he got paid. He is set for life. So good for him.
Yeah. Worst schedule in the NFL this year, according to the numbers from last year and the teams they're going to play. You're San Fran. This could be that year. They could be that team that didn't make the playoffs in 2024 that makes it and makes some noise. Christian McCaffrey, the Achilles, looks good. George Kittle, they just extended him. You lose Debo Samuel. I don't know what's going on with Brandon Ayuk, but yeah, 49ers, bounce back year. NFC West, competitive, but Matthew Stafford got problems with his back, obviously, or surprisingly. That's talked about with Lance yesterday. That's a problem because Stafford, he getting up there in years, man. I know Tom Brady showed us that age ain't nothing but a number, but not everybody's Tom Brady. We'll see how 40-something-year-old Aaron Rodgers is in Pittsburgh. But when you start having back problems at 38, 37, whatever the hell Stafford is, I don't know.
Okay, so yeah, the 49ers get the NFC South and the AFC South. The Lions get the AFC North.
Oof.
Baltimore, Cleveland, Cincy, Pittsburgh, and they get Kansas City. Oh, in the NFC East.
Oof. Oof.
Washington, Philly, New York, Dallas.
Yeah, that's telling you Dallas, man. Where they play Dallas at in Detroit? It has to be.
Yeah, December 4th.
Number 4. What's the game that you got your eye on this year? You always go to a game. You always try to catch a game. What makes sense with the Texas schedule, college football this year, and your schedule with the Lions?
So it doesn't really work this year. So we're going to go to the Clemson, Florida State game at Clemson. Because
Wow.
I've always wanted to go to Death Valley. Elle's parents went to Clemson. Her dad went to Clemson.
Okay.
She was born in South Carolina. So we're going to go see Howard's Rock. Could be
What's that game?
they're playing Florida State November 8th.
Okay.
Texas is off week.
Yeah, that's their off week.
Yeah. So, yeah. Try to experience new things, see different venues. I still want to get to Lambeau. I've been to Lambeau, but not for a game. I want to go for a game. And Clemson was way up on my list of schools. Now that we're in the SEC, I'm going to the Swamp for the first time this year. Kentucky, Starkville. Never been.
You don't sound too happy for those two.
I think Eric Henry might be covering that game in Starkville.
Oh, come on.
Hey,
you can make that trip. Have you been to a Kentucky game or a Mississippi State game?
No.
See, yeah, you got to do that just to check it off the box.
All right.
Just to check it off the box. You got to show up. You know what I'm saying?
I got to show up?
Yeah, then afterwards, never have to go again. But that's the whole point of being in the SEC.
Right. Got experience.
Yeah, how many times you go to Manhattan and still freaking
so many times. So many freaking times. For football, for basketball. I've been to Morgantown too many times.
Ames.
I've been to Ames. I've been to Ames in the middle of winter for basketball.
Good.
Remember when Chris Mim took on
Jamal Tinsley and them?
Jamal Tinsley.
Cold.
And who was the big forward? Tinsley, bald guy, good player. Can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Maybe
Jamal Tinsley was incredible though.
Yeah, he was yeah.
Marcus Fizer.
Marcus Fizer.
Fizer, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, he was nice.
Those were some battles up there. Yeah. All right, so let's get it out of the way before we talk to our man, John Brown. NCAA comes out with its sanctions against Michigan for the Connor Stallions cheating. Harbaugh gets like a 10-year show cause. Michigan's going to pay like $20 million in fines, but no games are stricken from the record. No postseason bans.
Still their title.
I mean, Michigan came out of this thing pretty darn good because the NCAA basically said we could have imposed sanctions, but we're not, because we don't want to punish the players for the misdeeds of the coaches. Okay. So Jim Harbaugh, 10-year show cause. Who cares? Harbaugh's in the NFL.
Yeah. Yeah, Sharon Moore, he don't care either. Deleting texts and stuff, he could care less.
Well, he's getting suspended, and he gets to pick the games. So he wants to go to OU because that's where he went to school. So he's going to sit out for Central Michigan and a road trip to Nebraska. Now, that Nebraska game could be tricky because I'm calling for Matt Rule to have some success. So Sharon Moore's going to coach the first two games. Then he's going to be out for games 3 and 4. And he can't coach the team during practice this time. When Harbaugh got suspended, he could coach the team all week and then just not go to the game. Now, Sharon Moore cannot coach the team during the week and can't go to the game. So he will miss Central Michigan on September 13th and the Michigan road trip to Nebraska.
Oh, boo freaking who. Like what? Sharon Moore is going to go to the Bahamas during those 2 weeks. He's going to go on vacation. 20 mil ain't nothing. Portnoy will pay that off in a heartbeat. Like, what? I saw an ignorant video with Portnoy talking about how it ain't nothing. Like, it's just a slap on the wrist. A light slap, by the way. Think about everything that Reggie Bush and USC got hit for. For Reggie's parents, taking the crib. All those things. Like, this ain't nothing compared to that. So I get, don't penalize the kids now that are on the squad. Bryce Underwood, the rest of the crew, they make it to the postseason. That's their thing. Like Connor Stallions, food cake coach anyway. So he could care less. He just wants to be on Michigan's jock the whole time. And I don't think Connor Stallions probably will ever have to pay for a meal in Ann Arbor. That might be dark to some, but college football, baby. So, yeah, this is, I wouldn't say irrelevant, but this don't hit like you would think it would.
No.
Like, it's just NCAA, they could have went harder, and they didn't. Don't know why, but I thought they were like done with the Connor Stallions thing. I didn't know they were going to continue to come after them. But
one last flex from the NCAA.
Yeah.
Is it raining outside?
No, I don't see that. You hear rain? You see rain? I don't see no rain.
I don't know. I got the shades pulled, but it sounded like rain, but that doesn't. It was like beautiful sunny when I came up here. All right. So much ado about nothing for the sanctions.
Like Harbaugh wants to go back to college anyway. Like, are you kidding me?
Right.
What are we talking about?
Right. Now he needs to hang on to that Chargers job. He needs to do some in the playoffs instead of roaring into the playoffs like a lion and then, creeping out of the playoffs like a kitten. They got smacked around by the Texans last year.
Tough
like
matchup.
they didn't even, huh?
It's a tough matchup.
Okay.
I like Justin Herbert, but Justin Herbert might have the playoff yips. His playoff record's a little suspect. He doesn't have many opportunities, but it's because they always lose in the wild card. So
he's the Drew Aller of the NFL.
Kinda, yeah. But Justin Herbert, man, if he could get that together, look out, because his size, his arm, the dude could play. When he's on, he's one of the top 5 quarterbacks in the league. Just
right.
The playoffs when it matters. Dak Prescott knows. Dak Prescott's had incredible seasons, and he gets to the playoffs and lays an egg. Can't do that. Like, you got to be able to elevate your game when it matters the most at that position. And the guys that don't, it's tough. It's tough.
Hard out here for a pimp.
Hard out here. Meanwhile, Jaden Daniels coming in here year 1. Upsetting teams.
Hey.
I'm just saying. His fine.
You don't need to kick this 3-legged dog over here.
His fine, overprotective mama in the stands, cheering him on, jock blocking any type of girl that gets in the vicinity of her son. Which she gets a bad rap. I love that woman. I like her, man. She loves her boy. It's just her. I don't see Jaden Daniels' daddy anywhere.
Right.
Like, yeah, she gonna protect hers. Have your kid ended up like Antonio Brown. And then what? Antonio Brown probably will never make it to the Hall of Fame because he's such a nut job. That's
right.
Lost.
Yeah, he ain't getting in. Even though he's won, he's got a Super Bowl ring. Maybe 2. Oh, he's got. Wasn't he with the Buccaneers when they won?
Yeah, that's the only one he has.
Oh, he didn't win one in Pittsburgh?
Nah, he wasn't there yet.
He was post Santonio Holmes toe tapper against the Cardinals and the win over the Seahawks.
Yeah. He was way after that.
Okay, so I did an interview with our bucknuts.com, the Ohio State 24/7 site today. And Lincoln Keenholz.
Oh, it's Keenholz.
Keenholz is still clanking around in that quarterback competition. So Julian Sayin is the anticipated starter, but Lincoln Keenholz still hanging around. And it sounds like Ohio State is going to have good guys on the defensive line.
Shocker.
But we don't know. I mean, it's not going to be Jack Sawyer. It's not going to be JTT. So I'm just saying, I think this thing is looking good for Texas. Now, Texas offensive line, Arch Manning, they got to just calm down, play their game. Don't get too uptight. Don't press. Don't go ULM. Don't be completing 51.7% of your passes. Make it like Mississippi State when you're completing 83% of your passes. So I like Texas to win that game.
Yeah, as do I. I mean, Keenholz, if he's battling here, then that obviously plays in the Texans' favor because that's a guy going out there, your first game of your career, basically, against the number 1 team in the nation, maybe the best defense in the nation. Listening to Colin Simmons and Jelani McDonald yesterday, every time I hear a Texas player talk, I just get more energized as they speak because it's like, man, everybody's saying the right things. Everybody's on point. Everybody, when asked about a certain player, is naming new players, naming just different guys. Then you hear the same names, but at the end of the day, everybody just seems like they are as focused as it gets, and that they see the writing on the wall. They're not believing in the hype. They're hungry. Colin Simmons straight up says, I'm hungry. That's what he told y'all yesterday. Like, I'm hungry. You kidding me?
Colin Simmons.
That dude wired different.
I can't wait. I can't wait to see what this dude does.
Yeah. And Jelani McDonald, the scary dude. Go ahead.
He said this season's going to be a movie. I mean, that's confidence, dog. That's confidence. Because remember those Live the Dream DVDs from 2005?
Yeah, they played on Longhorn Network like every other week.
Yeah. I mean, I used to tell Texas fans in the days of the UTSD every year, whiplash, losing to Maryland, losing to Cal. I said, pull out those Live the Dream DVDs and just watch that over again, because it ain't happening this year. It's like when Deion Sanders was playing center field next to Chipper Jones, and that ball would go into left center. And he was always Deion in baseball. Deion would say, Lucille's got this one, Chipper. Don't you worry. And then that ball be curving away from Deion. He'd be like, Chipper, you better get on your horse. Lucille ain't got this one. And it was like, hey, Longhorn Nation, Texas ain't got this one. But this year, Colin Simmons says it could be a movie.
I love it. That's what I want to hear, man.
Yeah.
Jelani McDonald, he's a
play your favorite Colin Simmons quote.
We only got a few.
Well, what's your favorite of those three before we get John
on? Let's see. Talking about how tight-knit the defense is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll play that one.
We got that energy, we got that juice, and we brothers at the end of the day. And I just like the bond that we built as a team. Just how energetic we are, and how close we are as a defensive group, like as a defensive unit. We're like tighter than we could ever imagine, that anybody would ever imagine. Like, I could get on somebody, or the coach would get on somebody, and we'll lift each other right back up, and nothing would happen. We got that next play mentality, and we got that energy, we got that juice, and we brothers at the end of the day. And I just like the bond that we built as a team. Just hot.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's what you want to hear from your alpha. That's what you want to hear from the man that Pro Football Focus calls the #1 returning edge rusher in college football. The man Pro Football Focus calls the preseason SEC Defensive Player of the Year, Colin Simmons, who had 9 sacks without ever starting a game, who got half the snaps of Trey Moore and had 9 sacks. And Alan Clark says he was just leaving stuff on the table because he wasn't into the details of his technique. He was bored. Alan Clark said he was bored of technique. But Alan Clark said, dude, your technique is everything. And it needs to be consistent, like everything we do. I like this Alan Clark. I'm just telling you. Alan Clark is like, we're putting your hand in the dirt and you're getting off the ball and you're going. Because he was standing up last year. Alan Clark's like, what are you doing? Your get off is more explosive coming out of the 3-point stance. And sometimes you can overread out of that 2-point stance. Zay, I would argue Trey Moore did that the whole first half of last year. He was standing up. He's kind of looking around at stuff and reading too much and not getting upfield and disrupting. And because Alan Clark's like, I need you getting upfield. I need you pushing somebody backward or getting into a gap or making something happen, disrupting the run game. You can't just be standing there. Now, again, that was more Trey Moore than Colin Simmons. But I think Colin Simmons is locked in. I know Ethan Burke is locked in. And what did Colin Simmons say about Colton Vasek? Don't pay no attention to his past injuries. He looks good. So I'm excited to see Colton Vasek because that dude's nasty. His dad, Brian Vasek, I covered him when he was a player at Texas in the 90s.
Oh, man.
And now Brian Vasek, defensive line coach at Westlake, coached Vasek and Ethan Burke. How about those two for bookends? And Todd Dodge said if Michael Taft wasn't the MVP against South Lake Carroll, it would have been Ethan Burke because he got the rush and the pressure on both of the interceptions that Michael Taft had. I'm just saying. I'm gonna be disappointed if Texas doesn't exceed what Ohio State did last year. 12.9 points per game. Top 3 in run defense, top 3 in pass defense. With how close they are, you just heard Colin Simmons. Colin Simmons said we got a bond so tight. We got juice. We got dudes, dogs. And we got a bond so tight it can't be broken.
No, they're all about team. I mean, that's what you want to hear when you hear these guys speak. You know, I love when Colin Simmons talked about an eye-opening play for him last year was when he was telling Pete Kwiatkowski, come on, coach, let me rush. And PK was like, wait, I'm trying to set something up. I'm going to need you to drop back. And then Jalen Gilbo ended up blitzing at that star nickel spot, and he ended up getting the sack. And Colin Simmons was like, whoa, like, okay, that really made me realize, like, this is about the team, and I got a role to play regardless of what I want to do. And, you know, to know that as a sophomore, you know, he's talking about things like that, but he also knows the big picture on, he said, when I go to the league, they do this. You know, when I go to the league, they put their head in the dirt. Sometimes they stand up. I watch guys that do different things. You know what I'm saying? So Colin Simmons, he knows what a big time player he is. He knows that now with all the reps, the impact that he can make on the game is going to be undeniable. And I think he realizes that there's so much more that he could add to his game, especially bringing on Lee Allen Clark that's made that a thing. Like, he put the blueprint out there like, dude, you were, like you just said, Chip, like, you've been good with what you were doing, but we could expand your game to a dimension that you probably wouldn't even thought of if you just pay attention to the details and stay consistent on that. You know, one play at a time, 1% at a time, get better each day. Like, they just the terminology and the vocabulary, man. Like, all these guys are getting it. And Sark, I love when he talks about it. Like, man, when I hear my players speak, they sound like me. Like, they're getting it. Like, they're things that I say, things that this coaching staff says all the time. They're going out there and they're preaching the same thing that we're throwing at them. So, yeah, this team, man, they could be special, and the bond that they have on and off the field, that's going to be huge each and every Saturday.
All right, so Arnaldo asks, considering Colin Simmons' performance in his freshman year, is it realistic for him to match or surpass Derek Johnson's record for most forced fumbles in a single season, which is 9?
Golly.
Now, I would say Colin's got his hands full trying to get that sack record of 22.5. Anthony Hill might be able to, he had 4 forced fumbles last year. He might be able to, you know, up that to like 6, 7 maybe. But Derek Johnson, he was so intentional his senior year with that punch out that, you know, that comes when you've pretty much locked up every other part of your game, and you're just, I'm going to hold him with my left hand. I'm going to punch that ball out with my right. You know, if Colin gets a bunch of sacks that are strip sacks, maybe. Look, I'm not doubting Colin. You know, Alex Okafor said, man, 22.5 is as way up there on the mountain. But Colin's like, I can do anything I put my mind to. And you know who else says that? John Brown, two-time Mr. Universe, Kane Protein is the social media handle, caneprotein.com.
What's going on?
You looking to put on some muscles like my man John Brown? Man, we need to pull up some pictures of John Brown when he was
back in the day.
Just rocking that Mr. Universe shag. He was had all the ladies were trying to get their paws on him. He was all oiled up.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Good. Can't complain. How you guys doing over there?
Now, is this a new room you're in?
Yeah, a new room.
Let's go.
This is the Hall of Fame.
I love it. So that's all the boys right there.
Yeah, and some of my little stuff, you know.
Okay. I like that.
Trying to create a little man cave.
I like that. That's good.
Yeah. So how's it going in Texas?
It's hot as you know what.
Oh, really?
It's like 100 every day, but it's it's that time of year, JB.
Hey, about to turn that corner, baby. It's
That's
about
right.
to be on and popping right now.
So I sent you that video collection of cuts of Amon-Ra just dissecting the Miami Dolphins. I mean, he looks as good as I've ever seen him.
Yeah, I saw that, and I was how do I say it? Impressed, but not really, because it's what he always been able to do. It's just that for some reason, people in the NFL world, they get excited and they like the sexy deep ball. You know, if you don't go deep, you're just an average guy. And that's why they call Amon the slot merchant, because they don't believe he can go deep. Hey, Jerry Rice wasn't that fast. He went deep. And I don't quite understand why they never did that. I'm excited that they seem to be letting him go deep, because the guy, the 50-50 ball is like 80-20 to him. I know I raised him. So I'm excited, and I'm happy to see that they're going to open their playbook and let Amon-Ra show what he can really do down the field. So, like I said, in my opinion, he was running at 70%. He wasn't every game I saw him in, 70%. I want to see him going deep, come to the sideline, tongue hanging out, tired, work him like a dog. It's okay, now you can rest.
Yeah. Do you know what was a point of emphasis on what he worked on this offseason, gearing up for the 2025 season? Because
just doing what he do. He was ready. We had him ready since high school and college. He's been doing that. That's what he do his whole life. But if you don't give him an opportunity, you will never know it. So people think, oh, he got better. No, he's him. They opened up the playbook. That's all they did, which is great, I think. Because the guy, man, people who know him, they know that guy should be going deep. That guy can go deep on you. And as you see, he's doing that now. So let's see if they do that in some games, though.
Well, especially because he is such a great route runner. When they run a double move with him, that DB sits on that shorter route, and then Amon is out the gate.
Yeah.
I mean,
he drops him off. Bam.
Drops him off.
Drops him off right there. He's gone. I mean, I'm excited to see the Detroit Lions doing that, and that just shows you how smart they are, you know? So, Yeah, and I think that Tesla guy looks real good. J-Mo looks good. I mean, I think the whole offense is like, and to me, Jared Goff, that offense is dangerous.
Yeah, so the rookie Isaac Tesla, who was at Arkansas last year, they were talking about him, like maybe oh God, who's the receiver from Georgia? But how I mean, he's making some plays. What do they think of him?
Here's what I saw. The guy has good hands. So my question to him would be, if I talk to the young man, I want to know his training regimen. Are those natural hands, or were they good hands to start with, and he enhanced them with the jug machine? Because that kid has good hands. I predict he will drop very few balls. That's what I would say.
I like it.
I seen him snatch balls out the air, and that's not easy to do, to snatch them out the midair. I saw him do it. So that kid is impressive.
Okay.
It goes to show you. He told me he was not invited to the Senior Bowl, and he was not invited to the Hawaiian Bowl. He was on the alternate. Some guy got hurt and they laid him in the Hawaiian Bowl. That goes to show you that the evaluation of talent is not right. He has to, get into some games and see what he does. But my prediction is his hands are his hands. He's going to catch a lot of balls.
I like it.
I just hope we have enough defense to withstand all the injuries, because injuries are inevitable. They're going to happen.
Man, it can't be like that 2 years in a row, JB.
No, I don't think so. But we just need to make sure every team in the NFL, they understand that. They got to make sure they have sufficient, efficient backup, Yeah. If you don't, it's a problem, right? Because everybody goes down, all positions. Somebody's going to go down somewhere. But I think the Detroit Lions should, if I was them, I would look into what could be the problem, because not just the Detroit Lions. I hate to say this because maybe there's a team out there who's going to listen to this and go, well, that makes sense when Mr. Brown said we're going to try it and check it. I'm saying there's something wrong with either eating, sleeping, training. Those three things have to be balanced. And I suspect that if you really look at it, either the food or the sleep is smaller than the output of energy. Something's wrong. There's a balance. The balance is off. So if they look into, sleep, how many guys are really getting sleep? Because they have those bands you can put on your wrist, and it will monitor your sleep, and it actually tells you how deep of a REM sleep you went into. And because you can't just work, and don't sleep good, because they keep them there all day long. I don't even know, maybe it's necessary. Is it necessary to be there all day long? Are they overcooking this thing? And if you want to keep them there all day, you should have a facility there where they can take a nap.
Yeah.
Eat and take a nap. But something's wrong, something off. They got to look into that.
Yeah. What are you expecting from the new offensive coordinator, John Morton? Obviously, Ben Johnson, head coach of the Bears now, but John Morton trying to come in and pick up where Ben left off, even seeing maybe more of the deep ball for Amon-Ra.
I think it's going to be okay. I think he's going to be great. I tell you why. The guy's a football mind, right? He's a coach. He's been in the league for a long time. When you have an offense like that, it's very difficult to mess it up. Right? I mean, you got these great running backs, you got the great receivers, great quarterback, great O-line. How can he mess that up? I mean, was Phil Jackson really that good of a coach, did he have the dudes?
Right.
If you got the dudes, I can coach that team. So I think the coach is going to be just fine. He's been in the league for a long time. He knows football. He knows what he's doing. He's going to be just fine.
What about that defensive coordinator? Do we like him?
I don't know. He was there for a while.
He was the linebackers coach?
Yes, but apparently the defense has been outperforming the offense in practice.
Okay.
But I think that could have something to do with them being familiar with the plays,
Yeah.
the playbook. You know what I mean?
That's normal.
Well, what did you think of the comments coming out of the Lions Dolphins practice? Some of the Lions were like, man, they don't practice like us.
I didn't know they said that.
Yeah. Some of the Lions were like, man, our practices are way more intense than the way that the Dolphins practice.
Well, if they said that, then there must be some truth to it, right?
Yeah. The coach of the Dolphins was like,
oh, really? Yeah. Yeah, it's soft. Yeah. And I understand why he's doing it to protect his players, which makes sense. But you got to practice harder, or you practice the way you play. And you play the way you practice, I mean. You practice soft, you're going to play soft. But you just got to – it's just those injuries, doggone injuries, man. Because we had it bad last year. Oh. And we still went a long ways.
15-2.
Come on, come on, man. Come on. I'm not saying it because my son's on that team, but it's difficult to go 15-2 and you got all those injuries. That says a lot about the program. Yeah. I think they're going to be all right, actually. You know? I can't wait to see that Bears game, that first one. Ooh. Bears-Lions.
Yeah, what about the rest of the NFL? Anybody scare you? Anybody in that division? NFC North, Bears, Vikings, Packers?
What concerns me would be first let me say every team. Because every time I go to a game, I look at the opponent, I go, man, these some big guys. They're just as big as we are. You know, if we don't do our thing, they can beat us. But off the rip, I would say Eagles. Buffalo is always real scrappy and real good. Eagles, Buffalo, Kansas City is going to always be there, create problems for you. So I think those same three teams are the main ones. But again, the last place team could beat you. Yeah. This is the NFL. These guys are all getting paid. I was always amazed how big the other teams were, how powerful they were.
What's going on with Equinemius in San Francisco?
Well, he was there, and then he has he had a bone kind of protruding on the top of his foot, right above his arch. It was weird. So they went in and did something, shaved that down the other day. So he's going to be out of commission for another 5 weeks.
Okay.
Or 4 to 5 weeks. Then he should be able to start running again.
Does he like the people there in San Francisco?
Love it. Because he's from California.
Yeah.
And the air is familiar. The way the people move, the way the city is laid out, it's all familiar to him. He loves it there.
That's good.
So I hope he can get healthy again and they give him opportunity. And that's all we ask for, just an opportunity. Show what we can do.
Yeah, he was like, let me get on those special teams. Let me show you I can hit somebody.
Yeah, because he's a really good gunner. If they need somebody, they should use him. But but you had mentioned earlier about I had the kids who need to gain weight. If you guys are out there and you got somebody that need to gain some weight, hey, again, I got the cane protein, and most definitely will help your kid. If your kid is like, especially if he's like 15, 16, they can gain 10 to 15 pounds in 1 month. It can help them.
Yeah, Tiger Brown used cane protein, and now Tiger's bigger than I am.
See? So, because kids are not eating right. Parents are not aware of that. There's kids where you go, you know what? I like that kid. He can run, he can jump, he does everything. He's fantastic. If he was 15 pounds heavier, I would give him a scholarship. So it's up to the parents to understand that. And if they just eat whatever the parents is putting on their table, most of the kids never eat in the morning. They never eat. Interview kids. I've been around the state, around the world. Always ask young boys, what'd you eat this morning? Most of them say nothing. They just went to school.
What should they be eating in the morning, John?
It was meat. They should be eating red meat.
In the morning?
If you can't afford steaks, give them ground beef with some spaghetti or ground beef with some pork and beans. They should be eating stuff like that.
Damn.
Yeah, and getting some cane protein.
And if you can't, at least give them a protein shake. They're
Yeah.
losing. It's like, I don't quite understand. Parents don't get that. Well, maybe it's normal because they weren't really into bodybuilding or fitness or anything like that. So if you're not, you probably don't think about it, you know? And mom and dad probably got to go to work. They're busy. They're like, I don't have time. And the kids are suffering.
Yeah, if you go to caneprotein.com, it's right there.
Cane Protein, CANE, not K. CANE.com. You can order your protein.
CANE.
15 pounds is a lot on a young kid.
Yeah.
I'm talking. I got some guys doing that like in 4 weeks. That's a lot.
Free,
And they got to be
shipping, free shipping.
free shipping, and they gotta lift weights though. Keep that in mind. Your
Right,
kid has
right.
to lift weights.
Gotta be
If
working
he
out.
sits on a couch and drink protein, it's not gonna happen.
Right. They got to be athletes.
Got to be athletic. Got to be working out. But you don't want him losing weight every day like a damn refugee. You know?
Right. Can't do that
Yeah, that's stupid.
unless you're running the 10K or something. The
Kenya brothers.
Kenyan brothers,
Yeah,
you know, 10,000 meters, whatever the hell that is.
Lions,
All right.
Lions got a tough schedule, don't they?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, we were just talking about that.
man, the NFC East and the AFC West. AFC North. Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh.
They got a tough schedule, brother. Hey,
Man,
I don't mind that because iron sharpens iron. It only makes them stronger. And if they run through that thing, that gauntlet, they're gonna feel confident.
yeah, oh yeah, for sure. For sure. All right, this is funny. So we might have to get Zay to pull this up, but Kevin Durant, who is nearly 7 feet tall, was seen out with a woman who played basketball in the WNBA who is 6'9".
Oh.
And immediately we all thought of you because John Brown always said, hey, if you mate an elephant with a mouse,
Holy crap.
look at that. He's almost 7 feet tall. She's 6'9".
Oh,
Can you imagine the kids, these
Turn
two
me on.
men?
Before I comment, let me make a statement. Because these idiots online are saying Mr. Brown said, don't mate with a white woman or you won't have good athletes. That is so stupid. And trying to accuse me of being racist, apparently. How could I be racist when my wife is white?
That's what I said.
Right.
Completely stupid. These people are stupid. Look, I'm not a racist. I'm a strategist. There's a difference. Okay? So I just got lucky. Like I say, in German, they say, zwei Fliegen mit einer Klappe, means 2 birds with 1 stone. I just happened to find a woman that was tall, beautiful, and smart and strong. So I got lucky, got a package deal. They think I only married her out of wanting to have super superior athletes. No, that wasn't the only reason. Look at Kevin Durant. He can marry a 5'2" girl. Ain't nothing wrong with that. But if you're a strategist, I think 50% or 57% of the NFL guys are African American. You know, and if your wife and you are tall, your chances, you just increase your chances. I mean, 6'9"?
6'9". JB, their kids might be 7'5".
Oh my God. I mean, I see these basketball guys and the kids are little, and I go, how did this kid get to be so small? And then I look at the wife is like 5'2". I go, oh God.
That was the funniest thing you've ever said. The guy's like, man, my kid's not getting any bigger. Well, where's your wife? She looks like she could fit on a keychain.
I didn't say that.
No, but he got no, if he's little and she's little,
They're gonna be little. Ain't nothing wrong with little kids if that's what if you don't mind that, you know.
Right.
My opinion is just for people who are strategizing in life, you know,
Yeah.
who's trying to get the most out of things, you know. You can fall in love with a short girl. There's nothing wrong with that. You can fall in love with a tall girl. I'm just saying, and like another thing, dude, I don't know why I see so many parents, especially black parents. I was invited to a track meet. I'm telling you, it was all day long. There must have been 10,000 kids there. And the parents are there all day long, feeding the kids right there, all excited, communicating with each other. It's like a community, big, nice event. But why are they wasting their time running track? Completely stupid. They should be at least half of them should be out on a tennis court. Like, why are you not thinking that way? I understand that mom and dad never played tennis, right? They probably did a little basketball, a little track and field. She can run fast. What do you get for running fast? Nothing. You get nothing if you world champion. You get nothing.
Nothing.
But if you're a world champion tennis player, you get rewarded. Come on, people, get smart. Don't be afraid of tennis. Put your kids in tennis. Don't even screw around.
I love it.
I'm telling you.
I love it.
Look, every 4 years they got to be a new champion. It seems like a new hot star. My question is, when your child is of age, why can't that be your child? How is it possible that I'm sitting here in California? I don't even know these people I'm talking to, but I believe in them, their kids more than them. That's crazy. They don't believe in their kids. I don't think we're going to run track. Well, why? It's so stupid. Stop it. Stop with the stupid stuff.
I love it.
No gymnastics, none of that stuff.
Right. Come on. Tennis.
Flipping around for her. That's crazy.
Take it.
What the hell?
Oh man. That is cracking me up right there. All right. So Jose says, what's the prototype woman age, height, weight for athletes?
Well, it's all relative to how the father looks, but besides that, there's a lot of things you got to look at. Prototype for me is between 5'8" and up, 5'8" to 5'10", somewhere in that range. But strong.
Big bones.
Well, it depends. It's more athletic if they have small ankles.
Okay, small ankles. We want small ankles.
Small ankles usually represent they're swift, right? Fleet-footed. Okay. Small ankles. This is kind of, people are not going to like this, but it's strategizing. I would want to know something about her family's history in terms of athletics, injuries. What happened on your mom's side, your dad's side. Any of your relatives do sports? How far did they go? Did they have an injury? What kind of injuries? Because you need to know that. Because I think injuries, weak knees run in families, I think.
Yeah.
Or, someone get concussions all the time. It can run in families. If you can look at some people, even when they're like 50 years old, I can look at some ladies, I go, she was fast when she was young. You just see where her ankles are and where she walked. That girl could pick them up and put them down right there when she was young. So that's what I would look at. In terms of race, race doesn't matter unless because white athletes can make it, but I hate to say this, but I think there's a little bit of racism in terms of against white athletes sometimes. So look at Tesla. He never got a chance. The guy wasn't good all of a sudden. He was always good. But I tell you, sometimes when you're white, it plays against you. It's a sad thing. But all races can make it if they train hard, understand the volume of work. That's where people get misconstrued. They don't understand the volume of work. They think it's like that, and it's like that. So understand that. Your chances are increased if one of you guys have some black blood in you. It seems to me, because most athletes in all the sports are black. Except baseball, because we don't like baseball for whatever reason. And
Used
soccer,
to like it.
and only reason them fools are doing soccer in Europe, because we're not doing it here. If our best athletes, black, white, don't matter, decided to play soccer, we would take over soccer too, just like the women's. Our women's soccer team is way better than everyone else.
Yeah.
That's because in Europe, when you're in high school, they don't have gym like we have gym, or sports, high school sports, basketball, football, baseball. They don't do that. So when we go do camps, a lot of kids are uncoordinated because it's their first time running ever. And so what they do is they do put a lot of energy into soccer when they're young. So that's why you have a lot of good soccer players, because they put all the energy from 5 years old into soccer. But athletically, they're not there. If we decided to play soccer, it would take us, our best athlete, 2 years, we start taking over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you watch the latest Netflix quarterback
Yes.
with Jared Goff?
Yes.
What'd you think?
Liked it a lot. I thought they would. I like Kirk Cousins from the first one, but I thought they should have used someone else instead of him again. It was redundant, so it's like, but I liked it actually.
Yeah.
Jared Goff came off really good. It's a good thing, I like those little series they do.
Yeah. Yeah, he seems like a great guy.
He is nice, quiet, humble guy, always even tempered, So, yeah, I thought it was well done actually.
In your eyes, how's Amon-Ra's relationship with Dan Campbell?
Oh, Amon-Ra's like a super professional kind of kid. He never screws around unless he's with his buddies. When he's on that field, he put a helmet on, everything is serious. So him and Dan got to be two peas in the pod, because they think the same. They're very, very serious guys. I'm sure. I don't talk to them about that, but just knowing my kid and knowing a little bit about Dan, they got to be like super tight, because they're the same type of guy. Kill or be killed.
Dan calls him Saint.
Yeah.
Hey, Saint.
Yeah.
That cracks me up.
It's interesting. I never heard that. Like, Saint, hey, Saint. Oh, who's that? Oh. So
Dan.
What do you give me your record next year? What do you think they're going to be? How many
Lions?
losses? Yeah.
I think it's 17 games schedule, 13 wins. Tough schedule.
I think somewhere around there, yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
13-14, that'd be dynamite.
Yeah, I think you could be right. What do you think, Zay?
I got them 12-11, winning the division.
They got to play at Baltimore, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City. That's all in the first 6 weeks. Then they're at Washington, at Philly. Damn.
Ooh.
And those are back to back.
Ooh.
I mean, they got Baltimore, home against Cleveland, at Cincinnati, at Kansas City. I mean, 3 out of 4 games on the road, at Baltimore, at Cincy, at Kansas City. And that's tough.
That's going to be tough.
Then they're at the Rams this year. They get Pittsburgh at home. But
last year they were good on the road.
Yeah, they were.
They're very good on the road. So
yeah,
I think they're a good road team. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah.
Like I said, they're gonna lose some games, of course, because all those teams, I'm telling you, man. But they should be all right. As long as they get into play. What do you think? What about Chicago?
I'm not buying Chicago.
Me either.
Because Caleb, he's got to learn that whole offense. He's like a rookie all over again.
Yeah, starting all over again, yeah.
And that offense is verbose.
Yeah.
There's a lot of verbiage.
Yeah.
He's used to playing for Lincoln Riley, who has his plays on an index card. It's like
one index card.
One. We're running one. You know,
Number 2. Run 2. Okay.
I mean, the Lions plays are like Red Fox, Skeleton, G5, Barney, Farm Animals.
That's going to be crazy. That first game against them, it's going to be juiced up.
I think they got Green Bay first, actually.
No, but I mean that when they do play.
Oh yeah,
them home.
Oh yeah, because of Ben Johnson. Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna be like, oh,
you go going to that one, right? September 14th.
Yeah, I want to go. I want to be at that one. I want to see that.
What games have you kind of picked out? Some games,
but for sure I'm gonna do that game. And some friends of mine want to go to Philadelphia on the road. I just don't like that. I just don't like that weather, man. It's outdoors. I don't.
Those fans.
Yeah, I heard they're. I heard they're pretty cool. You know.
Well, they'll be cool to you.
They're not jerks. You know?
You're 2 times Mr. Universe.
Yeah, but I heard they're good guys. You know, they just love, passionate about their team.
I mean, those are the fools that put batteries and snowballs and threw them at Santa Claus.
Wait, what?
Oh yeah. Google that story. So Philly fans were putting batteries and snowballs and throwing them at Santa Claus.
Wow. I didn't know that.
But that was back when they were at the old Veterans Stadium. That place was a dump. That place had a jail in it.
I think most stadiums have jails.
Okay.
I know the SoFi has one too.
Okay.
For the drunken people.
Yeah, you got to have a little jail.
You don't want them driving at home. Let them rely until they come down. Let them go. You know.
Did you go over to Germany?
Yeah, we did. We went to Germany and France. Had 2 camps there.
How was that?
Pretty nice. It's amazing how many kids show up. You would think not, but man, hundreds of kids come to those camps. They love football.
Was it just Amin or was it all the boys?
All of them. They're all there. And I asked, like I said before, I asked the kids, I go, hey, why do you like football and not soccer? Because I'm shocked at that. And they know all the players, they know all the celebration, all the dances, they know everything because they're doing it. So it's obvious they're watching a lot. Now keep in mind, when most of the games come on, they're sleeping because of the time difference.
Right.
They're YouTubing this stuff. And the guy told me they like it because it's fun. Football is fun. Soccer, they're more like military guys over there. Yeah. And everybody can play football. Big, tall, short, fast, slow. They all can play. Soccer, if you're a big kid, you can't play soccer.
Yeah. So
football is something I'm telling you, soccer's going to be in trouble. That's my prediction. Because there's too many kids that the doors open to play football, all sizes. Yeah. So soccer got to be careful. Watch.
Now they're bringing flag football to the Olympics and stuff. So yeah,
football is gonna. I give them 5 more years. It's gonna be a problem. It's always. I heard it's a problem right now because almost every little village has a football team now. American football team.
Okay, so is that trophy case? Are you in a new house or did you just remodel your house?
Well, how to say new? It's a house I've owned for 10 years. I was just renting it out.
Okay.
So I moved these guys out and I moved back in.
Okay.
So now I'm renting the other house out.
Okay.
So
okay.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
You're still in Orange County?
It's not a house from Amon-Ra or anything like that. You know? all my friends think I'm rich. I go, no, I'm not rich. My son is, not me. You know? What are you talking about here? I'm the same guy, trying to make $2 to make $3, you know?
Well, do you want him to buy you a house?
Nah. No, my thing to my son was, look, you don't owe me nothing. You don't owe your mother nothing. I made you. It was my job to raise you, to clothe you, to feed you, to do the best I could. And it just turned out favorable for you. But you don't owe me, nobody. I don't want anybody, your friends, nobody come to you talking about, oh, yeah, you owe me something. No one owes you nothing. You don't owe anybody anything. So now you want to bless me, that's a different story. I ain't turned down no blessings.
Right.
But
everybody needs some blessings.
Look, I'm the father. I feel bad if my son is. We'll go out to dinner. He pays. Like, dude, I don't like that. It feels weird. I'm the dad. I pay all the time. So it's a very strange situation. But I don't want anything from him.
I like that trophy.
Like I said, all I wanted was a electric garage door, flat screen TV, and a nice watch. I had that before these guys even became famous. So I'm good. I don't need nothing else.
What surprise blessing have you gotten from him, though, that you didn't expect? That just like was a gift or something like that?
He called me up and he goes, Papa. They call me Papa, right? He said, Papa, how much you own that house or both of the homes? And I told him, okay, I'm thinking about paying those off for you. I go, all right. The homes belong to my boys anyway, right? So he's just parking money. That's all he's doing. And it's a good investment because I paid for the houses 10 and 20 years ago. I bought these homes. So that's the thing. But he did one thing the other day which surprised me. That dummy and his other knucklehead brothers. So I want to buy a Hummer, an EV. You don't need an EV. You're too old. What are you talking about? What are you, crazy? Then Equanimous jumps in. Yeah, Papa, you too old. What do you need an EV for a Hummer? I'm paying for it out of my own pocket. They don't want me to buy the car. What is that?
Why?
I'm too old, he said.
You
don't need that. You don't need that. I said, of course I don't need it, but I want it. It's my money. Why can't I buy it? You're not buying it for me. So long story short, 3 days ago, I bought a Hummer. But they don't know about it.
What color is it?
White with the black top and the white inside.
Well, that's clean.
So they don't know I have it, right? Even as we speak. So my wife was in Detroit. She just got back. So in about another hour, I'm going to pick her up. So she'll find out, then they'll know. So my son called me, texting me, Almond, Papa, did you get a Hummer? I go, no, why? There was a guy I was trying to go through, a dealer, but we couldn't make a deal. He sent an Instagram message to my son, said, hey, I'm so-and-so, I just sold your dad a Hummer. But I didn't buy the Hummer from that guy. I go, I talked to that guy, but I didn't buy it from him. He was a nice guy, but I didn't buy it from him. That's all I said. I didn't tell him I had it. They don't know.
That's funny.
Why would he not want me to have a nice car? Is that weird?
Yeah.
Well, they just hating. They just giving you a hard time.
I mean, you would think that I'm asking him to buy it. I'm not asking him to buy it.
Is he saying it's like out of date or something?
No, it's brand new. It's just saying I don't need it.
No, they just trolling. They giving you.
I was driving. So my wife has a Tesla. I was driving a Ford Explorer, right? Just drive the Ford Explorer or Mama's Tesla. I go, no. She doesn't let me drive the Tesla. The Tesla was mine for 2 weeks. And then she took it.
And then she's like, oh, I like this.
Yeah. So she took that as, okay, now I'm back in the Ford Explorer. So I figured I want to give me another car. They're all mad at me. Oh, man. What sense does that make? Seriously.
It's funny.
Are you in Long Beach?
No.
Where are
Orange
you?
County.
Orange County. Okay.
Not far from Disneyland.
Okay. Because when you and I met for lunch that time near Long Beach.
Oh, yeah.
I forgot. I couldn't remember where you were.
Yeah, I was in Orange County.
Okay.
Property values are good here.
That's good.
Good place to be at.
That's good. Are you following college at all?
No.
College football?
No, now that they're out of it, I don't follow it.
Yeah.
NFL only.
USC, you don't even pay attention.
No, USC is a great university. Glad my son went there. They got a lot of problems they got to figure out. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Remember I told you Tammy Trojan, all that?
Tammy Trojan.
You can't do that. It's Tommy.
Can't do that.
It's like, well, what are you doing? It's
What are we
football.
doing? It's Tommy.
USC should be the top 2 or 3 college in terms of football in the country every year. All the athletes are from here. Most of the athletes come from California. Keep them here, and then go to the Midwest and get them big old country-fed boys. Them big old boys. They got a lot of big dudes in Texas too. Big guys. Midwest, Texas got the big kids. We don't have big kids like that. Get those guys, bring them into the school, and bring them all together. Man, it could be a great program. They ruined that program.
Tell you, Texas has got some dudes from California.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, their right tackle, Brandon Baker.
Mm-hmm.
He went to Mater Dei.
Oh, he went to Mater Dei?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
What do you think of Mater Dei? Great
school. Great program there. You know, we went to 3 different high schools. Mater Dei is trying to win every freaking sport there is. If they had badminton, they're like so serious about badminton. So when you play that school in football, baseball, I don't care if it's swimming, they're trying to win everything. Don't even think they're not. That's how serious they are about their sports. Love Mater Dei. Great school, great community there with all the kids and the whole thing. It's, for me, best experience ever in high school. It was Mater Dei.
What part of LA is it located in?
Santa Ana.
Okay.
It's not LA. Let's say it's Orange County. You've been to California?
I have, but not that part.
Like Disneyland?
No.
Anaheim?
Where'd you go?
I've been there.
Didn't you go to California? Where'd you go?
Oh, San Diego.
Oh, San Diego. No, that's not really California, but you know. Up north, San Diego, I don't know what that is.
San Diego, that's northern Mexico?
Yeah, that's northern Mexico. But it's really, really nice area. It's a nice school, man. I tell you right now.
No, Amon went to Mater Dei.
He went to Servite and Mater Dei.
Oh, he went to Servite and Mater Dei.
Yeah.
What about Equanimous and Osiris?
Equanimous first went to Orange Lutheran High School. Great school, great people, the nicest people in the world. But they're too nice. They're turning my son into a pussycat. I go, we got to get out of here. These guys are too nice. Then he went to Servite. That was a crazy ass experience. Those people there lost their minds. They were on some racial stuff. And I got a phone call that there was a little mini race riot at the school. I go, what are you talking about? So I drive up to the school. All of a sudden, they're in a room, this classroom. All the teachers are there and the black athletes. And I go, what the hell's going on? And so they start talking about how the kids was using the N-word against the black kids. And when they did it, they never got expelled from school and just all kind of crazy stuff. I go, what the hell? How long? I asked my son, how long has this been going on? So it was a terrible, terrible experience at that school. Really bad. And so Equanimous graduated from there. But when Equanimous went there, Osiris, Amon, and all 3 of them went to that school. Amon went 1 year, Osiris went 2 years. Then we went to Mater Dei.
Mater Dei. So Osiris graduated from Mater Dei?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Mater Dei is just unbelievable. Really, really good program.
And their rival is John Bosco?
St. John Bosco. Yeah, they got, you know why we're good? We have good linemen and good skill position. I think in the Midwest, you don't find that much.
Right.
You know, it's hard to get a whole team together. So you have a lot of individual guys that are really good. But Mater Dei has a lot of Samoans, because those Samoans that grow big too.
Yeah.
So we got a lot of big guys on the line. It's like Mater Dei's line probably was averaging 300 pounds.
Damn.
Off of the line, or at least 280, by at least 280 or 290. Always like that.
Did y'all win the state championship?
State. Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, Mater Dei has always been really good, but I mean, I ain't trying to blow my horn, but I am blowing it because sometimes if you don't blow your own horn, they won't know you in the band. You know what I mean? So, no, they won't know. Shit.
They won't know.
You got to blow your own horn. So Amon-Ra When Osiris and Amon hit that school, it changed everything. They started winning. My sons, I'm talking about winning national championships. Osiris and Amon-Ra did that. Because guess what happened when they got there? All the guys we played Pop Warner with, all the hot star guys we knew, we convinced them to come with them.
Ah.
And that started it. And then they started winning all those national, just killing people. So guess what happened when that happens? Every kid in California wants to go to Mater Dei. It used to be Bosco, but soon we start beating them, that was it. We went to Mater Dei. Amon did that. And they should retire Amon's jersey. I'm surprised they haven't. Yeah.
What number did he wear? What number did he wear at Mater Dei?
He was number 8 since he was 5 years old. He was always number 8. 5 years old, Pop Warner, basketball, Germany, soccer. He always had 8. It's weird. He always had 8.
Why?
It's just how it worked out. He always got 8. And then he got to NFL, 8 wasn't available. Josh Reynolds had it. I go, ooh, you're not 8. That's the first time I'm not seeing you in number 8. That's weird, you know? He was always 8, all around the planet.
Could he change now?
I asked him, yeah, he could have. He said, I wouldn't do that. That's all right, do whatever you want.
Nah,
he's got all that merch.
Now.
Huh?
He's got all that merch
14,
out there.
Yeah, that's iconic.
Yeah. 14 is, you can make it what it is, you know? You make it.
Right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's my guy.
14. You got it. Yeah, he's
quiet. I've also got that fat head of him upside down on his head.
Oh, they sell that?
Oh, yeah. Look at
this.
I
didn't know that. You gotta give me one of those.
Oh, yeah, my wife got me that for Christmas. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
And you told Amon you should be doing that every time.
Well, and if not every time, you got to do it more than once.
Yeah, because we've got his Christmas ornament where he's upside down.
You did a lot of celebrations. And I'm telling you right now, that is the best one.
That's the best one.
And so he's doing all these, I guess I can say it now, but I guess he's doing something for Cheerios or something like that. And guess what they want? Him on his head.
Of course they do.
I go, that's the thing. You got to do that again. Oh, I don't want, no. You ain't listening. All right, guys.
Hey,
I got to go get my wife.
Yeah, you got to go. We love you, man. Appreciate it. Always fun.
Cane Protein, y'all. Go to Cane Protein. CANE.
Right there. See it right there on his name plate. Cane Protein. CANE Protein.
Yeah, there it is, baby. There it is.
.com.
Yes. All right.
Load up.
Appreciate
you.
Keep the peace.
Talk soon.
All
right. There he is. John Brown, 2-time Mr. Universe. 3 5-star wide receiver sons, Equanimous, Osiris, and Amon-Ra St. Brown.
My guy.
He is hilarious.
He said,
I love that dude.
I ain't racist. I'm a strategist.
I mean, that's a quote of the day right now.
Quote of the day right now.
I'm not racist. I'm a strategist.
No, because they were trying to trash him. He went on Equanimous and Amon-Ra's podcast, and he was saying those, like he was talking about how, look, these guys out here, if you're looking for someone to mate with, they gotta be a certain measurements if you want to have a successful kid. And he's been preaching it on our show for years now.
Years.
So when he went on that podcast, and other folks started to hear him out and were like, nah, this is how John thinks. This is how he operates. And look at his kids now. Like, hard to knock it. So just because it's not the way you parent, don't mean that he wrong for how he does it. So
yeah, and his protein, cane protein, take it from the guy who's won Mr. Universe twice. His protein is lights out. Go to caneprotein.com, free shipping. John's the best. Yeah, that was awesome. I love that he's got that nice new trophy case.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's got his Mr. Universe trophies in there with with the boys' football helmets and whatnot. I mean, look, Amon helped me go to the Cowboys-Lions game last year. I'm indebted to that dude. He was awesome. And I'm sitting up there with the families. Like, I'm right next to Sam Laporta's family, Hendon Hooker's family. That was awesome. So I'm indebted to my man, Amon Ra and John.
Oh, yeah, John on for 50 minutes. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah. He's like, I got to go get my wife at the airport in my new Hummer.
That new Hummer.
That's awesome. All right, let's get a couple mentions in here. Like, hey, for my guys who are snoring, the Sleep Cycle Center in Austin, right there at Lakeway and the Arboretum, they're going to take care of you. I mean, my man, Dr. Chad Denman, who has dedicated his life to treating sleep apnea because it killed his own father at the age of 60. So he wants to make sure that no one ever, has something like that happen because it's preventable. And Dr. Chad has the best technology. He's going to make sure to diagnose your sleep apnea, the level of it. And then he's got all the treatment options, including oral appliances like I have, a mouth guard that holds your lower jaw open so you get that oxygen while you're sleeping. But here's the great thing, and that's why you need to take advantage of this. You go to sleepcyclecenters.com and you go say that you're from, Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. They're going to take $100 off your sleep study. So that's what it's. I mean, Dr. Chad wants to make sure that you get checked. And you need to get checked. Everything. Physical, prostate, colonoscopy. We got the Austin Heart Hospital. $99 for a heart scan. You need to do all that stuff, guys. We're idiots sometimes. We're just like, oh man, I'm good. I feel good. Well, guess what? Sometimes these problems don't announce themselves. So get checked. Take care of yourself and go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And hey, our man Tom McKay, audiovisual consultations, loyal supporter of Texas Sports Unfiltered and the go-to guy for all things audio and visual in Austin, Texas. Been putting big screens and surround sound in your favorite restaurants. He's put it in 3 different houses for me. And he's ready to take care of you with football season right around the corner. Don't delay. All you got to do is call 255-8678. Tom is going to bring you the best price on big screens. So you don't need to go to the store and lug around some 80-inch TV and be punching holes in your drywall. Just call Tom, 255-8678. And Tom and his crew are going to bring everything to you. It's a beautiful thing. And cover 3. Hey, it's Friday. We thinking about brunch this weekend? How about a little, I love the breakfast quesadilla. I love the muffin tops. I love the do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar. At cover 3 Anderson, cover 3 Round Rock, and cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. I think my man Tiger Brown's going to be working behind the bar Sunday for brunch. So head over to cover 3 Anderson. All right, Zay. Yesterday we got to talk to Colin Simmons. We got to talk to Jelani McDonald. We got to talk to Ryan Wingo. Come on, man. Ryan Wingo. And Wingo, he is a funny dude. But the best story we heard yesterday was from CJ Baxter, okay? So he dates Mia Scott. And her national championship trophy is on their nightstand. He said it's the first thing he sees when he wakes up. And she won that national championship, Texas softball. She played third base with a ACL torn in her left knee. And so she's always busting his chops about, hey, I only needed one ACL. So what you gonna do? Now he had a more difficult injury. He had a torn LCL and a torn PCL. Those are tougher repairs than an ACL. But he's back. He's doing his thing. You know, he said sometimes the knee gets a little stiff, but he's doing all the recovery. And he had a touchdown in that scrimmage. They're going to have another scrimmage tomorrow. And what better incentive, Zay, than to have a girlfriend who just won a national championship in her sport at Texas on her way out the door than for CJ Baxter to have that kind of motivation. Kidding me?
Yeah, I love their relationship. Me and Scott, CJ Baxter, he was very supportive this past softball season. You saw him holding up signs at the College World Series in Oklahoma City. And I know that she supported him too. He said that she took care of him throughout his rehabbing process. So that's a beautiful thing to see, both very successful student athletes at the University of Texas being very much in love with one another. But the things that you're hearing about CJ, man, it just gets you excited, because I had the feeling of him kind of slowly getting back into it. And the way Steve Sarkisian was talking all offseason with CJ Baxter was, we're not rushing anything. You don't have to rush anything, because that running back room is pretty thick. You know, you feel good about Jared Gibson, him coming in the year 2. You feel good about Christian Clark coming off of that Achilles injury, and then those freshmen who might not see the light of day but have good upside about them in future years, Ricky Stewart Jr. and James Simon. And obviously,
keep an eye on James Simon, man. You know I like me some James Simon.
You know you like some James Simon. So Chad Scott, he's got a lot to work with in that running back room, to where originally you felt like you wouldn't see much of CJ Baxter until he's ready. But with what he's done in fall camp, what you've been hearing about him, like Ryan Wingo was like, yo, look out. CJ Baxter, I haven't had a chance to play with him because he was hurt last year. And Ryan Wingo was a freshman, but now CJ Baxter got something to prove, and everybody needs to be on the lookout for number 4 to get busy this year. So coming off of those surgeries, to hear those things, to hear that he had a touchdown in the scrimmage, you want the best for CJ Baxter. He's a great kid, great personality, great smile. He was up there cheesing. He told you guys, he's like, did y'all miss me? Like, he just has good energy about him. You know what I'm saying? Very positive guy, a leader. You know, what makes you a big-time leader is what you're doing when you have that adversity hit you, when you're sitting on the sidelines and guys are still coming up to you, asking you for your opinion on certain plays, even though you're not, capable of getting out there yourself and making those plays happen. I think that last year really matured CJ Baxter, and I can't wait to see what he brings here in 2025.
Yeah. He said, quote, she always messes with me asking how she can play on one ACL and I can't, which of course she didn't have surgery. So he said, I had surgery. But he said, since she won the national championship, her trophy is on my nightstand every morning. It's the first thing I see because I got to go get one. So you got a team that's focused. You heard Colin Simmons earlier say we got a bond tighter than anyone can imagine. Ethan Burke talked about how close he's gotten with Colin Simmons. Ant Hill and Colin Simmons are two of the best friends on the team, both from the Dallas area. And they're all talking each other up. I think it's going to be, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch these guys. Ryan Wingo was talking, and he's like, I don't have any personal goals. I got team goals, which, again, at the receiver position, my man DeAndre Moore is like, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this, I want this. But he started off with, I want an SEC and national title. Then I want 1,200 yards and a Blitnikoff. So, but Ryan Wingo, he's like, yeah, Arch, y'all are going to see. He's excited about Arch. And he should be. He's already caught some touchdowns.
And he could see, damn it.
And he can see.
That LASIK surgery.
I can see super well now, he said. I can see super well now.
Yeah.
Shout out to Ann Parker Coleman for asking that question. That was good.
That was good.
Because we were about to let that one slip. And Ann Parker was like, hey, how about that LASIK surgery? He's like, yeah, I can see super well now.
Yeah. Yeah, because somebody asked him about freshman wall last year, and I thought he hit a freshman wall. I thought that there was just a time, midpoint from the rest of the season, especially when Isaiah Bond went out. Like, you remember you and I were talking about, why isn't Silas Bolden getting any reps or getting more reps? Because all we're seeing is a lot of Matthew Golden and a lot of DeAndre Moore and Gunnar Helm. You throw him in the mix, but wide receivers go, it was just Golden and Moore, and everybody else was a little hit and miss, especially Ryan Wingo. And I didn't put nothing on him. I just thought, you're a freshman. Like, this is supposed to happen. You know what I'm saying? There were times where Wingo and Quinn weren't on the same page, and who knows what the playbook situation looked like with Ryan Wingo there, and just Sark asks a lot from you. So if you're not up to it and you're not, locked in on all the audibles and things that happen pre-snap, then it could be overwhelming for someone who doesn't have that much experience. Now that you've been through a full season, that you had another camp under your belt, now things should start coming easier to you because you know this playbook inside and out. Plus the LASIK situation, the brother couldn't see, so definitely has to play a part of last season and having some woes there. But yeah, I think he's due for a really, really good year. And I like his makeup. I like his mindset. He's a very team first guy. You can tell his teammates are all about him, because if they weren't, they wouldn't have went to the hood of St. Louis just to hang out with him and be at his camp. Like, Arch Manning's there. Like, that's not a lot of folks with the eyes that Arch Manning's getting would step into, the hood of St. Louis and look comfortable like that. So they got to really like you in order for those things to happen. They do with Ryan Wingo, and I'm expecting him to have a big time year also.
Yeah. He talked about, that bond that he has with Arch. He's like, yeah, man, that dude was texting me to come here. He was recruiting me. And now we tight. On Parker Livingstone, he said he cold. He said, I got to watch a lot of him in the spring. He was taking choice routes to the house. He said, young player to watch on offense, Day-Day McCutcheon. On defense, Cade Phillips. He said he gonna be a guy for sure. Cade Phillips.
Yeah.
That dude's fearless. And he plays zone coverage better than a freshman should. That was the holdup for Warren Roberson. It's going to be real interesting to see how they parse out those backup reps or rotate. Like I said, Dwayne Aquina, if you prove to Dwayne Aquina that you can do everything, you're going to play. You're going to rotate in. You're going to play. Even in big, meaningful games in the SEC, and not just Sam Houston, UTEP, and San Jose. So that's going to be interesting.
Yeah. I hope that the secondary rotates a lot, because the more the merrier. I mean, I think about the gauntlet that the season provides, and you need all hands on deck. And sometimes it might be when you least expect it, but I want Mookie Taft. Mookie Taft was worn down last year. I don't want to see that Mookie Taft, even though he was still solid and you could rely on him. Like, after those, the game against Arizona State and things like that, like the team, they were worn down. You play in the SEC championship, got a lot of reps under your belt. So if you can negate that by playing more bodies, we haven't heard much of Xavier Philsami. We haven't heard much of Jordan Johnson Rebel. Cade Phillips, we're hearing some of him. Like, haven't heard much of Jonah Williams. So there's a lot of guys. Santana Wilson, you could throw him in the mix. You just mentioned Warren Roberson. The list goes on. There's a lot of guys that are on scholarship that are probably going to make an impact special teams with Jeff Banks. But who could get some of those, you're up by 20 in a bigger SEC game, and you could throw some of those guys in there just because you're up by 20 and not have much of a drop off. Like, can you get those moments out of this squad? I'm hopeful that you can, but I don't know. You always got to earn your reps, so we'll see.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to do the chip shot today on Ty Anthony Smith, because I had a source tell me yesterday this guy's one of the MVPs of training camp.
Wow.
And the way that Ant Hill and Colin Simmons are talking about this guy, I'm like, damn, maybe he's the David Benda of this year. He and Trey Moore running second behind Ant Hill and Leonga Lafau. And look, Anthony Smith from Jasper, Texas. This dude weighed 197 when he got here. And I remember talking to Jeff Choate about, Ty Anthony Smith. He said, this guy is so smart and so hungry and so physical, even for a 197-pound guy. He's like, he just jumps off his videotape, and so, you're watching, you're like, okay, well, he's a year away. He's 197, but then he put on the weight pretty quickly. He was 215 last year. Now he's 220 and just ripped. And he's making plays, man. I know he had a tip ball interception that he owes Ethan Burke for, but he's making plays and he's physical. And I can't wait to see 26. I mean, or did he change his number?
I think he's still 26.
Because they love him. Yeah. They love him. They love his energy, love his juice. They're like, he loves to practice. It could be 110 degrees, and Anthony Smith is like, let's go. So that's what you want to hear, because you're probably losing Anthony Hill after this year. You got Tyler Atkinson coming in, but you need guys to help show Tyler Atkinson the way. Trey Moore's leaving. Leonga should be here. But Ty Anthony Smith, yeah, one of the MVPs of training camp.
Wow.
I mean, where's the soft spot on that defense? Somebody help me. Because Colin Simmons said, I think Lance Jackson's going to be a first rounder in the next 2 to 3 years.
Did he really say that?
Yes. He said that in the spring. And everyone's talking up Zena Umazulu. You got Brad Spence, Colton Vasek. Like, people are I keep saying on all the shows that I do that Texas has the best edge room in the country. And it's because real knows real, right? So if Colin Simmons is saying Lance Jackson's going to be a first-round pick in the next 2 to 3 years, and Lance Jackson, remember, when that dude walked in, what's he at now? He's like 6'5", 254. This dude's a true freshman. Like, Kenny Baker goes, there's my inside guy right there. That's my defensive tackle. Let me have him. Because if he's walking in at 254, he's going to get to 300 pretty quick. We can put some weight on him.
Didn't he come in as an edge rusher though?
Oh yeah, no, he's an edge. I mean, he's going to be. I mean, he's built like Jadeveon Clowney, for God's sake. But that's how. I mean, they got dudes who can rush inside. Ethan Burke can rush inside. Lance Jackson can. I mean, edge guys who can rush inside. Like their NASCAR package is going to be interchangeable. When they go to just a straight pass rush package, they'll slide Burke inside. They'll put Trey Moore out there, Brad Spence. It's going to be fun because one time you'll see Zena Umazulu. He can rush inside too. You'll have Colin on the outside, Zena, Burke, Justice Terry. They can all rush from the inside, although Alan Clark said Burke is probably their best inside rusher from the edge position. Colton Vasek can rush from the inside. I mean, it's kind of ridiculous. I asked Colin, because I think Texas will lead the nation in sacks, and he said it's their goal to lead the SEC in sacks. Well, Ole Miss led the SEC in sacks last year, 52. Texas had 46. That was with Colin Simmons not even starting a game. Wait till that dude gets more than 321 snaps. But like Pete Kwiatkowski said, you can't play Colin Simmons 60 snaps a game. Well, you can. Hell, they played Trey Moore 60 snaps a game, but ideally, you'd like to keep some guys fresh. Sark wants it to be a 17-game schedule.
I agree.
Ty Anthony Smith, one of the MVPs of camp.
Yeah, that, you heard Colin Simmons talking about the linebacker room.
Yeah, he said it's crazy.
Yeah. And, we thought earlier, man, that's good. That might be a weaker room. That might be a weaker spot. And I don't think that's the case anymore. Like, they're very confident in Trey Moore, it seems like. I don't think we talk about Leonga Lafau enough and how big of a jump that he could have. We know Ant Hill is first-round pick material. So you throw Ty Anthony Smith in the mix, hey, now, you're cooking with some grease. So I like it. Like, Ty Anthony Smith's clearly so good, they're not even thinking about Brad Spence going to that line.
Right. When I heard that Brad Spence had gone to the edge, I was like, what?
Yeah.
Brad Spence, that dude has experience in the SEC, had a sack against Texas last year from his linebacker position. Like, there's David Benda's replacement. That's what I thought. And they're like, we got Ty Anthony Smith and Trey Moore. Brad Spence is explosive. We'll have him back up Colin Simmons. So you got Colin Simmons, Brad Spence, and Zena Umazulu at the buck end. And you got Ethan Burke, Colton Vasek, Lance Jackson, and Justice Terry at the jack end, the strong side defensive end. you kidding me?
Yeah.
I know it's going to be hot for those San Jose State, UTEP, Sam Houston games, but man, it's going to be fun just to watch all those dudes get snaps in those games.
Yeah, the rotations are ridiculous. Like 3 deep, 4 deep, all these guys.
We're not even talking about Smith Arogbo, who's, going to be good, just behind, dudes.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Great chip shop, my friend. Before the right call, though, I got to give a shout out to the great Covert Bee Cave. Go visit them over in the beautiful Hill Country located in Bee Cave. Family-owned automotive dealership. Been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. That's a long time, making it over 100 years, doing your thing in the ATX and beyond, just slinging cars left and right, and they're the best for a reason. Wifey and I, we know they're the best. We went in there, got our Buick Encore GX, and couldn't be happier with that vehicle. But they got other brands besides Buick. They got GMC, Ram, Jeep, Chrysler, Cadillac, Dodge. If you want to check that out, go to covertbcave.com to see all the latest specials and inventory, new, pre-owned, doesn't matter. They got it. Shout out to Jerome, Marcus, Daniel, and the rest of the crew at Covert Bee Cave. Hospitality, immaculate. Everything there was just so easy. They were understanding about everything. They didn't rush us. We went at our pace, and that's how they're going to treat you too. No sleazy car salesman, not trying to just make the quota in a very uncomfortable way. Like, it is a easy, just straightforward process, and that's what makes them the best. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep. So I got to play this video, man, because even though we're about to get geared up for football season, Texas basketball's doing their thing on the men's and women's side. Shout out to Texas women who beat Canada in the Global Cup yesterday not by much. I want to say it was a single-digit game, but I think Vic Schaefer, he kind of changed the lineups up a little bit. So, you didn't see those main groups that you're most likely going to see during the regular season. But men's basketball, they put out a video on X of your boy Cam Heidi doing some things that Longhorn fans should get real excited about. Check it out. Yo, Cam Heidi might have low-key Mac McClung bounce. That white boy can get up. That is a nasty tip dunk. For the folks listening on the app that just heard it, Cam Heidi, Purdue transfer here at Texas, got a nasty tip dunk off of a Kendall Weaver miss. And, yeah, that was vicious, because I remember seeing him have a tip dunks in the national championship game a couple of years ago. And if Cam Heidi could get that jump shot down to go along with that athleticism, look out, man, because he could be a huge X factor. I know you're very high on Cam Heidi, and a lot of people are too for this men's basketball team.
That's my guy. 6'7", can shoot it, can get up, get some tip dunks. That dude's competitive, man. I don't know how Texas got him away from Matt Painter, because I asked Sean Miller about Cam Heidi, and I said, what stands out about him? And he said, I love that he played for Matt Painter. I'm like, how the hell did you get him away from Matt Painter? Because they had some dudes moving on. It was Cam Heidi's turn.
Even though Matt Painter's a really good coach, it doesn't mean that he uses all his players well.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't think that Cam Heidi was used well at all, because you go look at his stats, very bland. And I think his skill set doesn't match the usage that he had last year. Now, it's hard to hate on Matt Painter because he's going to national championships. Like, Zach Edey was incredible. Last year's team was really good before they fell to Houston, who eventually went on to the Final Four. So, like, it's not, Matt Painter's not a bad coach. Just sometimes you get certain players and you try to make them fit to your team, and sometimes that doesn't work. I think Cam Heide was put in that situation, and now fresh slate, playing for Sean Miller that has his own fresh slate coming from Xavier to Texas. Cam Heide will be able to showcase a little bit more of what he could do, and I'm excited for that. Like, I'm very hyped about the football team. That is obvious, but basketball, that can't get here soon enough either. Like, this could be a crazy year for Texas athletics. Baseball, softball trying to go on the repeat. Like, this upcoming season is going to be a lot of fun for all sporting events. So,
in 2 seasons at Purdue, Cam Heide averaged 15.9 minutes per game, shot 52.8% from the floor, 41.2% from 3, 78% from the free throw line. Gotcha. 3.9 points per game and 2.7 rebounds per game. With those stats, he should have, I don't know. I'm not going to tell Matt Painter what to do, but you're right, Zay. I mean, 41% 3-point shooter, guy's getting
14 minutes.
14 minutes.
Yeah. I don't know.
He's averaging 3 field goal attempts per game.
Yeah.
Sounds like he was too unselfish. But now he's with Texas and he's throwing down some tip dunks.
Yeah, the dude, he gonna dunk on someone this year or two. Like, somebody, if Cam Heide's driving the lane and you're not stepping over to help fast enough, you're going to get put on a poster, and that will be viral rest of your life. So, yeah, be careful when Cam Heide's in the area. But, yeah, man. So, I saw a tweet from former Texas offensive lineman Tope Omane the other day. Shout out to Tope. Hope you're doing well.
Big Tope.
In the tweet, he said, Diego Pavia looks very cringe in the SEC docuseries Any Given Saturday. And I've been one to say, there's some about Diego Pavia that grinds my gears too. Maybe it's just the whole my idol's Johnny Manziel thing. Maybe it's just he's very flashy. SEC Media Days. He's got the big ass earrings on. He's got the bow tie. And, hey, if you feel like you fly out here, Diego, do your thing. I
like Diego.
A part of me likes him too, yes. But I haven't watched Any Given Saturday yet. I'm still finishing up the quarterback series, the whole Cowboys docuseries or documentary is about to come out very soon. So there's a lot that I gotta catch up on. But I don't know if there's anybody out there that's seen Any Given Saturday where they're following Vanderbilt and can speak up about Diego Pavia and how he's acting in it. Because it's not surprising. When Tope said that, I was like, oh, I'm not surprised one bit. And the blind Texas Longhorns fan says he just rubs me the wrong way with his cockiness. That might be it. And that's where the whole Johnny Manziel thing comes from. Like, yes, Vanderbilt surprised a lot of people last year, but what were they, still 7-5? And now he's
talking. They were 2-10 the year before.
Okay. But
like,
still, slow your roll, Diego. That's all I'm saying. Like, this year, they're thinking that they're going to turn some heads again, which they should. you got to be confident. Shout out to Cedric Alexander, former LBJ Jag running back. Eli Stowers could play. So they got some guys. Clark Lee, I respect Clark Lee. He looks like a tough ass. He looks like a coach that you would like to play for, that loves his players, and that is accepting the resources or lack thereof that he has in Nashville and making the most of it. I could salute somebody like that. But Diego, I go back and forth. Part of me loves it sometimes on how confident and the bravado that he provides. And then
hey, he's that guy. If he's on your team, you love him. If he's on the team across from you, you're like, hey, shut this guy up. Put him in his place. Smack him around a little bit. But I loved the confidence that he showed last year. That win at Alabama, he's making plays to keep the chains moving, keep the clock running. He's doing it with his legs, with his arm. I mean, hell, against Texas. Texas kept screwing up and committing penalties, and Pavia kept making them pay for it. Dude's throwing, converting fourth downs, making it a 3-point game with 2 minutes left. I mean, that was all Pavia and Texas with 100 yards and penalties that game. It's their worst penalty game of the year, and Quinn threw 2 tipped ball interceptions. So I like the confidence, because you want a quarterback who takes the field with confidence. And nobody just humiliated the guy. Like, he was a problem. He was hard to control. I mean, what did Vanderbilt? They took it. Who beat them up the worst? They lost like every game. I mean, they lost to South Carolina 28-7. That was about as bad as it got. They lost to Missouri in overtime. They beat Alabama. They beat Kentucky at Kentucky. They lost to Texas by 3. They beat Auburn at Auburn. And played LSU 24-17 at LSU. Yeah, South Carolina got them. I mean, 28-7. That was their worst loss. Okay. And I bet if I look it up, that was probably Diego's worst game. Let me look real quick.
No, you're right. He's very easy to hate, very easy to love.
20 touchdown passes, 4 interceptions. Okay, so against South Carolina, he was 16 of 31 for 166 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions, got sacked twice. He ran 13 times for 65 yards and a touchdown. So, I mean,
that whole surprise, catch everybody in shock situation that they had last year, that ain't happening this year. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, but he's still tough to bring down.
Yeah.
He's just quick. He's just a bit quicker than you think. He's thick, so he can fight through arm tackles.
He's thick.
He is thick. He is thick.
He's like a little stocky.
Yeah, he's stocky. He's
stocky.
6 foot 207. He got that neck.
We'll see.
My man's Bay. I mean, you admit you're a hater, so
I'm very much. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But also, I haven't seen the docuseries though, so I need to go watch it so I can judge myself on.
Yeah, he's on episode 2. I'm gonna watch episode 2 as soon as we hand it off to the open gym. Let's go to Patrick and Fanatic Perspective.
Oh, man. Man, yeah, I tell you, Diego Pavia, I think the thing that is the hardest with him is that you're like, you wouldn't start on 10 teams in the SEC. So when you talk trash like this, you're really good for what Vanderbilt needs, but you're not good enough in other places. It's like when in the NBA, when there's a dude who's like the third best scorer on a team, and he's at like Draymond Green. Like, and you're like, Draymond, if you were on your own team, you would be mediocre. You cannot be the biggest trash talker on your own team because you're not that guy. And that's kind of Diego Pavia, where you're like, but you're not, I don't even know if you're the best player on Vanderbilt, much less a top 15 player in the SEC, top 20. Like, you're a top 8 quarterback, maybe. So that's where it's like, I love him, but there is that line of being humble, and you're like, but you're not, I wish you the best because I'm not scared of you.
Yeah.
Hey,
Good point.
16 of 20 for 252 yards, 2 touchdowns, no picks against Alabama.
Yeah.
That's stout. That's a gamer. That's a dude who gets up.
Yeah.
I mean, Texas, he was running all over the damn place.
He was.
Hey.
He's gonna have a good time at DKR this year.
Yeah.
He's gonna get booed like crazy and love it.
The boy made himself a op for no reason. He made himself a op for no reason. We can see you coming now. Like,
That's what I said. No, that's
should have stayed quiet.
Yeah, all that shock stuff out the window. So,
Yeah,
now
he
you're on the
apparently,
BTA list.
he apparently turned down a bunch of money to go somewhere else, according to his posse. So,
well, there was also the fact that he had to wait to get a 17th year of playing football.
that's
too.
right.
He's one of those dudes. He's one of those dudes who's been in the NCAA for a little too long.
Yeah. Yeah. He's the one who changed the game on JUCO eligibility.
Yeah.
So, all right. Hey, have a great weekend. We'll be back Monday.
Yes, sir. Open Gym taking over now. Mike Davis, along with my man Steven from Fanatic Perspective. So glad to have you back on the show again today. Always a joy to have you on, brother. So we'll get you in. And remember, everybody else on the text line, on the chat, you guys are the third member of Open Gym. So hop in, join the conversation with us all show long as we continue to go. But Steven, how you doing today, brother?
I'm excited, man. We got the second scrimmage tomorrow, which I can't wait to talk about. Heading into the weekend and 15 days away from the kickoff. We got a week away from week 0. So just a lot of good stuff going on, man.
Exactly. We're getting closer and closer. We're 8 days away, something like that, from actual football, where we get to watch Kansas State and Iowa State. Even though it won't be great because it's in another country and it's the first game, it'll still be football. We'll all enjoy it. We get some more preseason action. I've got fantasy draft. I got my first fantasy draft coming up this weekend too. So I gotta get ready, because basically the way it's set up is there's a group of friends, and there's a lot of us that are in 2 leagues together. But one's basically the fun league with all the friends and everybody's having a good time. And it's more like a trash talk league, but there's not much money in it, or, we're all just kind of hanging out more. And then there's the more competitive league. And some of us are in both. And so we're always like, we need the first league to do a prepared draft for the second one. We can't have
kind of get a sense.
Yeah.
I see.
We want to get an idea of what's going into it. So we're doing, which kind of works, but I'm the 8th, and I'm 8th in the one happening this week, 8th pick, and I'll be 3rd in the second one. So
yeah, that's also interesting when it comes to draft position too, right? I mean, fantasy, we can get into this during the preseason stuff, because I have a whole, I'm with you there, though. We can get into that, though, later.
Yes, exactly. So it'll be, that's I'm trying to get ready for that. We'll see if this rain continues or stops. It poured rain for about 5 minutes just a second ago, and now the sun is back out. So we'll see how that rain goes for the rest of us here in Austin. If you're hanging out with us today and driving, be safe if it rains for a little bit. It does not feel like it's going to be that long of rain, though. As we get into some Texas football talk, it does feel good to finally, this was a somewhat slow off season just for sports in general. There wasn't as many huge trades or as many big free agency moves. There was a lot of a lot of stuff that was talked about, but then didn't happen. Like the last 3 weeks, we've just been yelling about Jerry Jones, which is pretty much par for the course at this time of the year. But college football, now it is. I mean, your big story was probably Nico, him transferring out of Tennessee. Right. That was kind of your big one over the summer. But for the rest of it, we've just been waiting to get to the thing. And being a couple weeks away, ready to see what happens as we get into another season of college football. And excited to talk to you today. I did want to play some player availability audio from yesterday. Steve, we'll go break some of this down. We have some clips. Colin Simmons was there, Jalen Gilbo, CJ Baxter, and Ryan Wingo were your guys talking to the media yesterday. And so I want to play some of that audio if I can start to load my things in here. We'll play some of that. But it's good to hear from some of these guys as well, because it's as we get closer and closer to the season, you want to hear, like, from CJ Baxter about his health. You want to hear about some of these things. So let's first talk about what you have seen or what you've, kind of taken so far from that first scrimmage, and what you're looking at going into a second scrimmage for Texas, as we're starting to ramp it up. Sark explained, basically confirmed or said the first scrimmage was kind of like the Hall of Fame game. No one was really ready, so don't take too much out of it. So what did you get out of that, and what are you looking at now?
I'm going to connect the dots, too, from where you said about the offseason just in general with storylines. Because as we localize this to our team, versus juxtaposed to, say, Ohio State, right? The offseason does matter when you don't have a quarterback competition going on like there is at Ohio State, right? That's going to dominate their offseason banter, which isn't slow in that area if we start to look at it locally, versus the fact that even with all the new faces that we have at Texas, quote unquote, taking over for all the NFL talent, these guys, we kind of know where they're penciled in terms of the roles that they're going to play, right? Like there's not a whole bunch of position battles per se. It's more so, what are the rotations going to look like? How's the defense going to look? Who's going to be the rotation on the offense? Who's the starting running back? Things of that sort. But we know who the key players are. So I think it's interesting when you come into the season like that. But to your point about the scrimmage, I'm cool with the defense dominating a scrimmage. It's supposed to be like that early on. I think if you're going to be really good, Sark even mentioned all of the teams that he's been a part of, whether he's been the head coach or, as an assistant, the teams that have really excelled are the teams early on where the defense is dominated. I also think it's important that we are defensively led starting the season. So one of the notes I heard was, they were 1 for 7 from the goal line, like around the goal line in terms of, converting into a touchdown.
Yeah.
The one person that scored was CJ Baxter, I think a 3-yard carry. But, guys like Cedric Gibson, guys like Christian Clark, some of the other, whoever else got touches at the goal line wasn't able to score. So it's like, hey, it kind of gives you PTSD as a Texas fan to the trouble we had converting at the goal line over the last couple of years, essentially. But it's also like, wow, the defense is standing on business like we thought they were. This defense is starting to show some of the same type of, symbols or examples of what we saw last year. And that's what we want to see. So I'm encouraged overall from the first scrimmage, honestly, with just how I wanted them to dominate. I really do, because the offense, we need to see them adjust. We want to see them, how they, navigate this defense and ultimately find their stride, their confidence, and figure out who are going to be the go-to guys moving forward. But the good thing is Ryan Wingo, who's barely practiced, he had the dehydration issue. He comes out there and balls like Roy Williams. Yeah. Like when Roy Williams used to miss practice all the time for dehydration and hamstring problems, and then come out there and go for 200 yards. So that's encouraging, right? Like, so the names you wanted to hear did pop. So overall, I'm encouraged coming out of the first scrimmage, Patrick.
Yeah, and that's what I've said. I think that first scrimmage was, to me, it was, you want the defense to play well. And I think that they ramped it up, and it was kind of planned to really let the offensive line know what's coming at them. As they start to get put together and you're playing and you're not in pads and you're doing drills, and to come in there and go, I need you to understand the physicality and what's coming at you when we play Ohio State week 1. Because if you guys screw up, it can be downhill all season long. So we need you guys to be really prepared for the amount of violence that is going to be coming your way. So we're going to really ramp it up. And now you may see in scrimmage 2 or scrimmage, once we get further in, that they still blitz. They're still going to try and push this offensive line. But I don't know if they'll come as ridiculously hard as it seemed like they came in that first scrimmage to really try and get them. And now, if they don't feel they're ready, they're going to keep coming at them because they need them to figure it out. And they need to figure out if somebody is the weak link, how are we going to fix them or replace them and put somebody else in there that we feel can do a better job. But I think a lot of it is, too, you're playing against just like you're going up against Colin Simmons. It's really tough when you go up against Colin Simmons because everyone had problems with him as a freshman, and now he's a sophomore. He's bigger, he's stronger, he's faster, he's everything that you didn't want to hear about, and now you're trying to get him off the back. But yeah, I'm excited to see how the offense responds to it. I'm excited to see how Arch responds to it as a leader of this offense and getting guys ready to go as they go into this next scrimmage, because you're just really curious to see, are they starting to figure out a couple more things of, okay, this is what our identity is on offense. This is where we're going to be. And it's not necessarily just Sark's identity. It's not necessarily just, this is what we built and this is year 4, this is year 5. This is Arch Manning's offense. This is what this team is going to be built about with this offensive line. And I think I kind of want to see that start to get flushed out a little bit more.
I'm excited to see, the consistency. If we start hearing about, hey, these are the same guys, there's a reason why like a Littleton is been so highly touted, the freshman out of Florida at nickel, and potentially people are talking about him potentially starting, first 11 out there, which is crazy. But when you listen to his teammates talk, when you listen to the staff talk, they talk about he's literally consistent every day. And it's funny because I was listening on the NFL side to Marshawn Lynch and Sam Darnold, the podcast they did.
Yeah.
And Sam Darnold said, it is important for me to be the same quarterback every day. Yeah. Because it's going to throw the rest of my teammates off if I'm one quarterback one day and a different guy the next day and I'm just inconsistent. And that really resonated with me because that's what you really want to see with Arch starting out, right? And especially when they get in 11-on-11 type situations. Is he the same guy every single day? And that's really the biggest battle for any young quarterback, any young player, is establishing that consistency. Because you can tell if a guy's consistent once they're in the games, and it's second nature and how they're just running the offense. I'm not even talking about putting up numbers. Just running the offense. Everything just looks you can tell it just looks clean. Yeah. It's because they're clean every day in practice. Yeah. Right. And so, I'm not saying that hasn't not been the case for Arch. What I am saying, though, is that's what I want to hear. Right. In terms of running the offense, even if they're not killing the defense, whatever, I don't expect them to kill Texas defense. I don't expect anybody to kill. Yeah. If they're killing the defense, we got bigger problems.
Yeah, exactly. Because then it's like, all right, what hole is there in this defense? And no one wants to see it. But yeah, I'm with you. It's what Sark say. Who we are some of the time is who we are all of the time. And that's that process of every day, every decision you make, you need to think about what you're doing. And it's in the details. We'll play some of this player audio here in a minute, and you will hear that a lot. It's about the details. It's about those small things. We've heard that to an extent about the offensive line play. And that the offensive line play is they're playing well, but they win a couple of downs, and then they let up. And they're not playing necessarily at the same level they need to be at because all of a sudden they feel like, well, now we've done it. So what do we need to prove anymore? And I think that is consistency is really where you want to be. Now, I think there is a certain amount of what is a consistency once we get into the season. And, once you start to get into SEC play and, once you're halfway through. Yeah, right. and just pushing up that consistency because it's one thing to do it in scrimmages. It's one thing to do it against yourself. It's a different thing to be consistent with 100,000 people telling you that you're the spawn of Satan trying to beat their beloved Buckeyes. That becomes a different world to try and be consistent in and do what you do. And some people focus better in that, and some people don't. But I think that's kind of, you want to see in that second, you want to see, again, the consistency in the defense for sure. I think that they're, we can say the kind of position battles happening you want to see in the running back room is, are we seeing CJ Baxter step up into more where this is a real 1-1, 1A, 1B competition? Or is Trey Wisner just still, is CJ Baxter still a step slow? We know we'll play somebody. He feels like he's doing better. So, where is he and where is he going to be week one? How do you start to feel about CJ Baxter in that room? How are you feeling about the wide receiver room? I saw Josh Pate talking about that, about, is it Ryan Wingo, DeAndre Moore, and, a bunch of dudes who are each going to have 100, 200 yards, and those dudes better catch everything? Or are you going to have Parker Livingstone be a 400, 500-yard receiver? Are you going to find maybe a Dalen McCutcheon or somebody like that to get you another 300 yards? Or is it just a lot of guys that are maybe making a few catches throughout, maybe making some catches in some games where it's later in the game, and it's all just based on two guys? I think that's, you kind of want to see who else can step up in that wide receiver room. I love that Ryan Wingo's stepping up. I've been a big proponent that we need him to get in that conversation of top 10 receivers in college football, and put him there because he's talented enough to do it. So we need to get him. He needs to get himself into that position. But
Sure.
Where's the rest of that wide receiver room where we've had, a few more guys that feel like they're ready? The guys there are going to be good. They're just really, really young.
Right. Well, I think, DeAndre Moore, let's start with him, right?
Yeah.
And I keep emphasizing this. The guy had 7 touchdowns last year.
He was great.
That's like, and as a role player, and he dropped probably 3 or 4. He probably could have been double-digit touchdowns in a complementary role. So now that the volume goes up, he's in year 3. He has that experience. I don't think he has shaky hands. I think it's just concentration type stuff, young guys type stuff. But I'm encouraged by that. I think Parker Livingstone, it's funny, buddies and I were talking about, people making all these comps for Livingstone and whatnot. And I watched him a lot at Lovejoy. And I just think that he's going to be a guy that, they talk about that connection that he has with Arch. I think that's also going to give him some peace on the field when he does play, knowing that, hey, that's my roommate, that's my guy, that's the guy, that's my brother over there. And I think that's going to, give Arch some relief too, because Parker's a wide radius guy, 6'4". He has some track speed. He's a guy that has a baseball background, so he can track the ball well. And it's funny when people talk about comps, I'm like, the best comp I've heard for Livingstone is Alec Pierce of the Colts, a guy who is a insane deep threat. He had 37 catches for 852 yards as a Colt last year. But that's the type of size, speed, go up, get behind safeties type stuff, right? Kind of the same stuff we got from A.D. Mitchell, who was playing that role a couple years ago for us on the boundary. So it's just, we got to see it, right? Because it hasn't happened. But I'm encouraged by the things I'm hearing behind the scenes with him. He had a great spring. I'm hearing everything I want to hear from him in the fall. We just got to see it in the games and put up the numbers. But then if that is my group there with injuries at tight end who is proven, now it's just young talent coming on behind them. That's fine. We're good to go at that point, right, Patrick?
Yeah, no, exactly. And that's, I think you want to have 3 receivers if you're Sark's offense, because we're also Jack Endries, I think is going to be, it feels like he's probably going to be a week 5, week 6 to really get to where he's at his full potential. Just because, I think, we'll talk about like the Matthew Golden thing where it just took Matthew Golden a little bit to really figure out that offense and really understand. And what Gunnar Helm was so good at, JT Sanders was good at, was looking at Quinn Ewers and their communication and knowing right where to be. And how many third downs for Gunnar Helm were picked up because they read the defense, they communicated, and Gunnar Helm just hit where he was supposed to go, which wasn't the called play, and he's wide open and gets like 40 yards. And we saw that over and over again. So when is Jack Endries and Arch going to have that sort of mesh where they start to feel, okay, now we're ready and we can go and we can be all out as 2 guys? And I think that's good. It just feels like that hasn't fully hit yet. From everything we've seen and heard, it just feels like, he's playing well. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. So the difference is a tight end running the route perfectly and a tight end understanding where you're supposed to go when the play's not there. And for a guy like Arch, who does have more mobility to maybe flow out of a pocket, who's the guy that's going to bounce with him and be able to catch those passes? Is it DeAndre Moore? Is it Jack Indries? Is it Parker Livingstone who will be that guy? Emmett Mosley's another one that Sark's raved about his ability to start to pick up the playbook because he came from Stanford and they do a lot of things similarly. But, who's going to be that guy that on those plays where maybe the offensive line lets somebody through and Arch just spins out to his right and takes off? Who's going with him and says, damn the play, let's go get a first down? I think those are the kind of guys you want to start figuring out in this offense because, in the scrimmages right now, we're seeing they're going to get pressure. The great teams, Georgia's going to get pressure. Ohio State's going to get some pressure on you. Those things are going to happen. So what do you have planned if it goes? And where is Sark's circle of trust in all of that with Arch, with those wide receivers, that he feels okay where he doesn't start to shut down the play calling, because we know Sark to do that a little bit more, that Arch runs out and throws maybe off of his wrong foot or does something like that where he's just playing Superman ball because he can, playing hero ball. And Sark sees it and goes, nope. All right, next 5 plays, handoffs, play action in the pocket, get the ball out in 2 seconds. We're not playing that game. You don't get – this is my team. I know you're Arch Manning, but we're playing the game without turnovers, and that was too risky.
It's interesting. In the proof of concept, because this is what I call Arch Manning's season last year, the proof of concept season. A lot of those plays you're talking about that were a little bit off script, early on it was like kind of, that he had the Silas Bolden one, he had one to Jonte. But in the last game, like more towards like Monroe and Mississippi State and even UTSA, it was Wingo and Moore who he was really looking to get the ball to in those type of situations that you're describing. So I do have faith that I'm like, well, when they were in games last year, they did do it. They did show us.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to see against everybody this year moving forward, right? And all of their growth as football players, but at least we've seen them do it, right? Like it's not like we've never seen Arch play. We've never seen Ryan Wingo play.
Yeah.
So I just want to see more of it, right? All those off-script plays that they made in the Mississippi State game to move the chains, just keep doing it there. The injuries thing, to your point, though, about Gunnar Helm and the connection he had with Quinn and whatnot, I don't think that's going to come until the back end of the season, to be honest with you. Like the really high-level type stuff. Yeah. But that's okay. If this defense is as good as we think it is, and we think we can run the ball more efficiently this year, then you shouldn't need, like, those, like, that should be when we're in the playoffs and things of that sort. And I do think that will come with time.
Yeah, it's all pieces to figure out because it comes down to, at the end of the day as well, red zone offense, red zone offense, red zone offense. We'll say it, said it a million times. I guarantee you Sark has nightmares about it at this point because it's
111th in the country in 2024 in red zone scoring.
Everybody knows. And Sark, this has been the 3rd year we're discussing it. Third off season that we're saying, oh, Sark needs to fix that. Sark needs to fix that. And so he's trying everything he can. One of the pieces was they were hoping to have a more aggressive offensive line. I think that's one of the big pieces why Kojo was really competing for that right tackle spot. He's a little bit more aggressive than Brandon Baker, where Baker is a more technical, uses his feet very well, will be a pass blocker, but not necessarily the guy that I can go on the right side and DJ Campbell and Kojo are going to get me 2 yards. And now if CJ Baxter can give me a third, we got 3 yards and we're in the end zone every time. We feel pretty good about it.
Sure.
I think that now he's like, all right, how do we find in that line? How do we get in there? How do we, I don't want to try tricking him every single time. Because every time we try and do that, if they just know what the trick is, it doesn't work. And so how many times have you done that? And it just doesn't seem to work out for them. They have to be able to be dirty and aggressive on that offensive line once you get in those short yardage positions. And you have to be able to have guys that can go up and get the football and guys that can create a little bit of space. I don't know if I pulled this out, but Ryan Wingo talking about one of the differences between high school and college was he was like, it's just the amount of like hand play and stuff that is going on as you're coming down. He's like, that's way, way more. And so for a young guy, you don't know how much of that you can do back. Ryan Wingo's down his second year. DeAndre Moore's in his third. You hope that those guys are a little bit better about creating space without making it look like you're creating space, because that's how you get open in the red zone. And so like those types of things you want to keep seeing progress as we start to get into these scrimmages where you do want to see just don't, I get that. I want our red zone defense to be legendary and no one gets in the end zone and Texas is only ever catching up with field goals. I also don't want to watch a lot of 9-9 games where it's just, well, we're both just kicking field goals. And then eventually we'll break a big one, but we're only scoring from the 35 and out. Once we even get into the 30, we're not scoring anymore.
I mean, it's power football. You want to see Texas, whether it's through the air or through the ground. I think the big three things you mentioned though is on the ground, right? Kind of what Michigan was able to do a couple of years ago with Blake Corum and those guys. It seemed like every time they were in a 4th and 1, 3rd and 1, no matter what, they got it every single time, because they had that identity as an offensive line, as an offense, that they were going to convert no matter what those situations were. There was no trick. There was no nuance with the play calling. Yeah. We're running power, we're running a dive, whatever it is, we're going to execute this double team and move people and get in the end zone or get the first down. Yeah. It's as simple as that. Or like you're saying, if you're saying, hey, we got 1-on-1 to the field in the back of the end zone, I need you to moss that guy. Like you can't. It's either mossing him or getting a pass interference call. Like one of the two, right? Like we got to be better at that. I don't think we even used Jatavian Sanders enough in those situations of just lob it up there like it's go get a rebound.
But that's also a thing. I think JT Sanders maybe wasn't strong enough at points to get past the line of scrimmage and be where he needs to be. And
I'm saying like flexing him though, not even.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm just saying flexing the guy like they did at Denton Ryan.
Yeah, that works.
We gave him one of those opportunities in the Alabama game in 2022, and he got a PI, and we never did it again. Like I'm serious. Like in the 2022 game, we did it. He got a PI. We never like where we flexed him where he's on a safety or linebacker.
Yeah.
Right. Like they're gonna play him on a fade. You know what I mean? Like those type of things. Those got to be like no brainer. We don't need. To your point, I don't need to trick you. I don't need to run a break double reverse sweep to get 6 yards. You know what I mean? Like
no, but I'd love to see, we know now we should have 3 to 4 tight ends who can at least do a few things. And Jordan Washington put on a bunch of weight. We keep hearing Spencer Shannon is playing a little bit more than that 12%. And we're like, all right, if these guys can come in and we can run 3 tight ends at times and set some guys out there and go, all right, we have 3 guys we can sail the ball up to now. Can we have 3 guys who can go out there and go up for it? And then we'll put Ryan Wingo on the outside. So 4 guys we feel confident that we can put a ball up to. How are you going to defend all of them?
And also we're going to 6'4".
Livingstone 6'4", and then we can also go and we're also lining up 3 tight ends. So if we want to run, we've also got plenty of blockers. So I think that there's ways to make that work when you have a little bit more of a deep roster. They just have to continue to find the ways to get it done. They have to be able to have the players of how much are they comfortable in those. And of course, it always goes back to the end of the day, circle of trust for Sark. And who does he really feel comfortable throwing the ball to? Because if he doesn't feel comfortable that you're going to go up and at worst prevent an interception,
true,
you're not in the play. You're not getting the ball at you. It's just not happening.
But I think the better we can get at those 2 elements of just power run and having that air verticality in the red zone area and the short yardage areas, you really can keep a lot in your bag later in the year when you need 100%. It, right? When it matters.
That's the thing is if CJ Baxter can be a real short yardage back, and 1st and goal on the 2-yard line is a touchdown.
You just know. Yeah.
And you're like, okay, now when we play Georgia, it's not going to be a touchdown anymore. So now we have to have a couple things for Georgia, maybe an A&M, maybe one of these teams, maybe in Oklahoma, maybe those teams that are a little bit more stocked on the defensive line. We'd have to work on something a little bit more, but that's 3 to 4 games out of the year versus, hey, we're playing Mississippi State. Better pull out the super mega trick play where 8 guys touch the ball and then we launch it up 14 seconds into the play. You're like, no. Or it's still, and I've said, dude, this is still the next time I see a freaking defensive lineman come into a play, I'm walking out of it. I'm just walking out. I don't.
Well,
it never works.
That and the other thing we went to last year, which was successful, but it's not practical now, is Arch, where we started using him as a power runner. Right.
Yep.
It was great idea. Right. Because we couldn't do it. We didn't have. So fine, use the extra blocker and then have the big ass quarterback run himself.
Yeah.
That's fine when he was the backup. Right. But we can't. We ain't trying to Tebow him either, right? Like that. It can work in some scenarios against better teams. Yeah, I'm gonna run my quarterback in the big games, but that can't be the every week solution to get a yard.
No.
Or to get points is running Arch. I do think though, even like stuff like zone read, right?
Yeah.
Say from the 4-yard line, that backside defensive end has to stay home now. They could cheat with Quinn. They can't cheat. Like even if he's not running it, like you know what I mean? They gotta respect him.
Oh
pulling.
yeah. No,
You know
and I
what
think
mean?
I think
that helps.
And I think there's a big difference of Arch to Quinn of DBs don't want to hit Arch. Safeties have no problem with it. Linebackers got no problem with it. But DBs would hit Quinn because you're not like that confrontation is not. But DBs don't like hitting running backs. DBs don't like hitting guys. And now there are some bigger DBs now, but a regular DB is trying to break the ball up. They're 190. A 190 player doesn't want to see Arch running full speed at him. That guy is going to try an arm tackle. And so, you have to understand how to block in those situations as well to be like, it's fine if we leave a DB to let, get through. We cannot let a safety through. We cannot let a linebacker. So we can't let Arch take those hits.
I think
Arch take a hit from a DB, we can do that.
I think Arch also saves us sack yardage.
Yeah.
There were too many times where we'd be at the 3-yard line and, Quinn just couldn't navigate well enough and he'd lose 6 or 7 yards. I think those turn into plus 5-yard runs, like just scramble, kind of like Mahomes does, where sometimes they don't always have the play might be dead, but he just, jukes a couple guys and he's able to get his ass into the end zone anyway, just off a scramble drill. That also wasn't much of an option for us the last few years either.
Well, no, and I mean, part of that too is that Quinn Ewers has some of the worst pocket presence ever. And it's just like, it sucks because he has all these other talents.
It was a limitation for him. Yeah.
But he's 100% a guy who counts in his head to get the ball coming at, like to see if a guy's coming off his blind side. He doesn't know. He cannot feel it. And so how much of that is Arch counting and how much is Arch feeling a rush? And when you said it, Patrick Mahomes to me is always the best at it. He is a guy who feels a rush and just moves out of the way just right in time so well. And if you have that, then you extend a ton of plays for Quinn were, all right, 1, 2, I'm on my back. Or 1, 2, 3, offensive line is pushing me back now. The right tackle's pushed back a little bit. So I'm going to try and, instead of stepping up, or the center, Cole Hudson got, so now I got, Jake Majors got pushed back. So now I got to step up, but I can't step up. So now I'm getting hit, and too many things are happening at once. I think there's a little bit more you can get with Arch. But that, to me, is one of the big pieces. You're like, and we'll probably see it week 1. What is the pocket presence of Arch Manning? Because in the games he played in, they didn't really have a huge amount of pressure. And so there wasn't the moment of him sitting there with a ball looking downfield while he gets clobbered from behind. And we saw that with Quinn plenty of times. So how do we, let's see where Arch is with feeling it. And if he at least moves, you're not going to be perfect, but it's not really a coachable thing. It's just kind of a feel thing. There's not drills to be like, if you want to do a drill, you're just going to watch a guy get hit in the back a lot. If you can't feel it, you can't feel it.
I do think it's like you said in the Ohio State game, he'll learn a lot about himself too. Right?
Oh, 100%.
I mean, it's first road game. that whole thing and navigating. I do think you'll see a difference though, where it's like, oh, this is more modern quarterback play.
And the difference too of like last year you had the camera on you all year, even when you're on the bench and you're not playing, and the camera's on you, and that's one thing when you're not playing. It's another after you got a 3 and out. It's another after you just got sacked. It's another after a bad play. And now you're walking back over your sideline and you're trying to handle your business, and now you just feel everyone staring at you because College Game Day just did 3 segments on you. And Big Noon Sunday did 6 out of 7 segments. Arch Mania is here. And so when you have all that stuff and everyone's focused on you, then I think that those moments are going to be big learning experiences for him to go, I'm used to the camera being in my face. To go, are you though at your low moments? Because you didn't really have a lot of low moments. I mean, your only real low moments were the Georgia game, and that was everyone's low moments. It's the first Georgia game when they put you in and you couldn't move the ball either. And I mean, it was just nothing happening. That you were just unprepared as a team for that game. Let's play some audio. I got a couple clips pulled out from each of these guys. It's a little bit faster than doing so Sark audio because Sark gives long, minute and a half, 2-minute answers. Most of these player answers are under 20 seconds. It goes a little bit
John
faster.
Bianco special.
Yeah, get him in. Hey, but yeah, you got to get him prepared. Hey, when you see in the NFL and you see some of these guys and you hear Texas guys doing interviews, you're like, oh yeah, Texas got you ready for it. Some of these other guys, not quite as prepared. Not some of the schools don't prepare him as well. Let's start off with the defense and Colin Simmons. A couple interesting. He was asked basically what when the coaches are giving you lessons and trying to get you stuff, trying to get you to learn. Do you have examples of when they've taught you it and then you saw it happen in a game and you went, oh, this is what they mean? And so here's what Colin Simmons had to say about seeing the lessons that the coaches are preaching in actual practice.
All the time. I be telling my teammates this one story. I was asking my coach, I was asking PK, I was like, PK, let me rush. And then he was like, just wait, watch this. I'm gonna drop you one more time. So he dropped me. My other teammate came from the other side of it. They slid my way. My other teammate came, I think it was Jalen Gilbert, he came from the edge and got the sack or whatever. And so it's just, stuff like that, them little things be, opening my eyes that, it's bigger than, what I want. It's what's good for the team, you know what I mean?
So there's a couple of pieces you love in that. One is the actual lesson of it's what's good for the team. But I also love at the beginning of it when he goes, this is the one I'll be telling my teammates. And when you have a sophomore that's already becoming a leader on your team and trying to help teach other kids, hey, man, I'll tell you, when PK told me I wasn't rushing and I know I'm the best rusher on this team, I know I'm the best blitzer on this team, and he told me to sit back, but it was because he knew everyone was going to come after me and they were just going to waste those players. And now we're playing 11 on 9. Learning those lessons, I love to hear that from Colin Simmons.
I remember that play. It was the Florida game. It was the Florida game because I was like, man, Gilbo came clean from that side.
Yeah.
But he's right. He did drop on the opposite side. And I didn't, not seeing the line shift, but that's also helping football IQ because that's the league, right? Like all that nuance there, right? Like, oh, they slid, I'm dropping, but now I've created an automatic lane for the person on the other side.
Exactly.
That's awesome answer.
No, and that's what you want to see of your guys starting to learn the game and up their football IQ, because for Colin Simmons, it is somebody that could just be good enough. Yeah. Like any of those guys.
Especially in college. Yeah.
And we'll play it. Ryan Wingo's that guy, those years, like you're talented enough to win and be a player and, be a star even in college football. But you're not going to win national championships. You're not going to be a first-round pick. You're not going to be those things because you're not going to elevate yourself above other players, and other players will eventually catch up to you. To hear that from guys that you can hear them kind of step up a little bit more. Colin Simmons also spoke about the defense and why this defense is going to be brought together again and be a really great defense this season.
Just how energetic we are, and how close we are as a defensive group, like as a defensive unit. We're like tighter than we could ever imagine, that anybody would ever imagine. Like I could get on somebody or the coach would get on somebody, we'll lift each other right back up, and nothing would happen. We got that next play mentality, and we got that energy, we got that juice, and we brothers at the end of the day. And I just like the bond that we built as a team.
This is the Sark culture in full effect, that you don't necessarily hear those kind of things from everybody, especially star players. You don't always hear, no, everyone, like, we will pick everybody up. We're a team. Everybody's great. Throughout the whole interview, Colin Simmons talked about all the other players and how great they're going to be. And, it's one of the pieces that we've talked about the Aggies a lot. And I'll go with the Aggies and I go, I'm still not sold until I see it, that Aggie locker room, that Mike Elko has them having this philosophy, because that's been one of the detriments to that team for many years, is they get a lot of really good talent, but the talent isn't necessarily there for all the right reasons. And so they want to play, they want to win, they want to be part of it. But when the going gets tough, sometimes it's somebody else's fault. And sometimes I'd rather be getting the snaps than you getting the snaps. And those pieces, my stats aren't there. Those types of things creep up because you have not spent so much time trying to build the culture.
It's crazy we're talking about this in 2025 versus where we were when we talk about just selfishness, culture, all these things. It's really, really crazy, but it's beautiful to hear. And I also think the type of guys that they've been recruiting matters too. I mean, Colin Simmons, when I got to be around him a little bit at Duncanville, especially when they went on their playoff runs to the state championship and went back to back. And he had that enthusiasm on the sidelines in the huddle with his teammates. And I'm glad that he's in an environment at Texas where he's allowed to be that way. He's allowed to be himself. And that competitive juice, I think, has become contagious. I think when you think about Michael Taft, it's contagious. The communication, holding people accountable. The fact that they talk that way at all three levels is insane to me. Michael Taft talks that way with the secondary. Anthony Hill talks that way with the backers.
Yep.
And you hear that with Colin Simmons with the boys up front.
Yeah.
What more could you ask for?
No, it's crazy. And what's even better about that is you see Michael Taft talking to linebackers and Anthony Hill talking to the defensive, like they're working all together as a big unit. But it's just so funny because I look back on it always, and I remember when I was doing more stuff with Texas and Tom Herman was there. He was very much a guy of like, culture doesn't matter. Like, it's not about that. That's kind of overrated. And that was very
service to it or coach speak, but it wasn't.
But he wasn't really like, he wasn't a guy that was like, oh, we have to work on that all the time. He was you just get the right players in and it'll be fine. And it wasn't what Sark does, which is, spend a lot of time, like a day a week. He's spent really putting things together to really make sure everybody is communicating, to spend time to make sure that all the coaches are available. So when situations arise, they don't fester and become something that gets worse and worse and worse. And then on a loss, when everybody's down, it all comes out.
Sure.
And all those pieces have been, so important in what they built. So you just love to hear that from a guy like Colin Simmons, who's a sophomore, his second year. He is a star player. And, he's making good money. There's all these other things that could be on his mind. So you'd love to hear that. One more quick one from Colin Simmons that this one surprised me, because anybody knows I talk about Colin Simmons' ball get off all the time, that it's insane. Like, I've talked to ex-football players, everybody, and they're like, it's just, if you just take snapshots and watch frame by frame of him from the side, like on that
his first step,
and his first step, and when he starts to move, and you're like, he's moving before the offensive line. And when you have those types of things for a true freshman, it's crazy. But they asked him about, putting his hand in the dirt a little bit more. And here's what he had to say about putting his hand in the dirt.
Well, my coach definitely sees my get off being even faster than when I'm in a 2-point stance. In the league, my hand will be in the dirt, so why not working out?
So he's going to put his hand in the dirt some. And apparently he's faster. I remember seeing a thing, I think it was Nick Bosa, and he was talking about, where the runner stance, where he was watching the Olympics. And he's like, why do they stand like that? Why do sprinters stand like that before they take off? And it's like, there must be a reason. So he started timing his time to the quarterback and he was like a 0.1 seconds faster to the quarterback if he stood that way versus his normal 2-point stance. So he started doing it. He's like, 0.1 could be a hurry to a sack.
Yep.
And so it's like and maybe that's a 0.2 in some plays and others. And it's all this mindset now of like, where can I get where my explosion is used perfectly and I'm able to get to the quarterback? Because the difference between, well, he threw it kind of off kilter and the guy was wide open and it turned into a 15-yard play and a first down, or ball's on the ground, we picked it up, and it's our ball. That could be 0.2 seconds.
And then the psychological ramifications of the opposing offensive line throughout the game. You're generating. I mean, this happened in the first scrimmage. We started hearing they got caught. They started false starting because of him. Because dudes are trying to get into their set even quicker now. That's going to happen in real life games. That's a very real, either that or a quick holding call, right? You start grabbing the guy around the neck because he's already by your hip and you can't do anything.
Exactly.
So there's a lot of there's so much goodness that you won't even see on the stat sheet per se that will impact the football game because of that consistent get off and the intimidation factor that it causes the opposing offensive line.
100%. Yeah, because those are the unspoken things and the unseen in the stat book of your right tackle jumps or your right guard jumps because he thinks you're coming. That, you have a running back quarterback handoff that's off because the running back's looking at you. He's not ready for the snap when it happens. And so they're a little thrown off because they're like, that guy got across and hit me 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage last time. You got him this time? All those things are big.
You can add to that too, before just to finish real quick. You add to cutting down the opposing team's menu. 100%. So now you got to keep that running back inside. Now you got to keep the tight end inside. All of a sudden, your playbooks, I just cut off a third of your playbook. Yeah. Because you can't run that because he's on the field. Yeah. That like those are things you don't. There's no stat for that.
No,
but it's huge. It's enormous.
Yeah, no, and it's when it's timeouts that get burned because your play and your kill play just got eaten up. And you walk out and you go, well, crap, we can't run that because look at what they're like, we're going to get killed if we do that. And then Anthony Hill drops back in coverage and you go, well, I can't even throw this one now over the middle because there's Anthony Hill back there. What am I supposed to do? So when you have those, you get stuck in what you get doing. Jelani McDonald did mention, though, that during the scrimmage, he was asked, I think by Kirk Bowles, so was the defense really dominating the offense? And he gives a little bit of the answer and, the reality of it, I think, a little bit at some part, but the more friendly answer and then gives a real answer.
I mean, we try to, but it's hard when you're going against a great offense, So we always going back and forth, trying to make the best out of each other.
You haven't dominated?
Well, I mean, we dominate every day, but they also dominate us too. So it's like.
So there's a little bit of the, have you been dominating? Well, it's hard. And I think, but this is kind of, I think, speaks to a little bit of Jelani McDonald as well, where he's like, domination to me is 0 points. Domination to me is they don't get any big plays. And so if we stop them 10 times in a row and on the 11th they score a touchdown, I didn't dominate them because he got past me or he got past the other guy and we didn't see it. That's not domination. Domination is their punter is tired. It's domination that they don't get past the 50. And so I think there is a little bit of truth to that, which you want to see from a defense of, man, it's really hard because they are so good. We cannot shut them down completely. So we're dominating to you guys, but is that dominating to us?
Their standards are probably even higher than ours as fans and people that cover the team. I mean, when you think about it internally and the fact that there's so many great players on this defense, everyone takes the snaps that they get. They're very precious. Yeah. They're very precious. So now it's like, yo, if I'm out there, we shutting down everything. You know what I mean? So just hearing that, I can hear the standards they have for themselves. When Colin Simmons talks about wanting their room to lead the league in sacks, right? Yep. Like I know that they have really ambitious goals that are written down in the meeting rooms that they want to accomplish.
No, 100%. 100% they know what they want to go after. Jelani McDonald was also asked, because this is a big piece about, what Sark wants, what they want from this defense, what PK wants. He talks a little bit about with Dwayne Aquino once, which is, hitting hard, letting people know that you're there, even in the secondary, and not being a secondary we talked about earlier where you're arm tackling and doing everything else. No, you're delivering blow. You're making guys rethink running across the middle. You're making them rethink jumping up for that ball. Maybe let that one sail. Maybe don't be put on the sideline. And so they asked Jelani McDonald if he takes pride in being a very heavy hitter, and who else are some of the heavy hitters in this secondary.
I believe so, because that's what I'm here for. That's a reason why they bought me and got me moving everywhere. I feel like that's why.
Who's the biggest hitter in the secondary?
In the secondary, it's a couple of us. You got Mook, D. Will. You got Grayson Littleton. You got Kobe. All of us really, because that's just the attitude Coach Aquino is making us dive into.
He just goes, "Who's the heaviest hitter?" He goes, "You got a minute? I'm gonna just read off this depth chart right here, and we're just gonna go through and name 5 different guys who are the heaviest hitters in there." You love to hear Grayson Littleton's name thrown in there as well.
Right. He even named Grayson Littleton in there,
which is like to have a true freshman come in and play with the a level up and still be laying down the wood as a DB. That's you just love to hear that, where he's like, "No, man, we're coming out there trying to make some people regret it."
The amount of times Grayson Littleton's name has come up now amongst his teammates is something to pay attention to.
Oh, 100%.
It really is. I'm impressed by that. Amongst his teammates, we know the coaches have raved about him. We know all the inside side, all the people that cover the team have raved about. But to hear the kids say what they're saying, and that's a thing where he's being asked a very open-ended question. He didn't get asked a question about Grayson Littleton. You know what I mean?
I mean, he did in other parts of that, but it's not in that specific question.
Right.
And that is. I mean, I think it is. He's playing with the first team, and I think you see that too with the defense. Where they have that standard, and if you're withholding the standard, welcome in. And if we put you out there and the first team starts throwing right at you and you can't handle it, we love you, but you got to go back to the sit back down. We're going to put somebody else in. We have enough really talented players. We don't need you right now if you're not there. But yeah, whatever you hear from Grayson Littleton, like him and Parker Livingstone are the 2 names you probably hear the most of guys you weren't necessarily expecting to be big players this season.
Sure.
Those 2 are the 2 that you're like, you weren't really expecting either one to be like, oh, this guy's a starter and coming out in first team series, the first series of the game. Both these guys may be getting snaps. I don't think either one of us really saw that. I saw ESPN put out an article of the top 10 most important freshmen or most impactful freshmen in college football, and Grayson Littleton was on it. He was number 10, but you're like, before camp, we would have said it would have been Justice Terry. Like, and that's who you
in the spring too. They heard, the buzz that he garnered coming out of spring ball.
Yeah,
was also part of the reason why he had that inclusion on the ESPN list.
Yeah, it's crazy, but it's good to hear. You always love to have those young guys step up and be the next generation. Let's shift over to the offense and CJ Baxter. He was asked about, is he 100%? And then basically, you're 100%. Well, did you get tackled in the first scrimmage? Did you take any hits?
Right.
Here's what CJ Baxter had to say about getting tackled.
Felt great. I joked with my dad. I was more excited to get tackled than score a touchdown. So
there's CJ Baxter saying what he was just happy. He's like, man, I want to get it out of the way. Those like the thought and the everything in your head. You just go, let's do it. I don't want to keep waiting on this. Please, let's go. Let me run through the middle. Get hit by 3 guys, get back up and go do it again. So I loved hearing that, where he was like, no, I was more excited to get tackled than score a touchdown.
I believe him, man. I mean, you can see the joy on his face of just being back to ball, right? Being back to doing what I do, especially knowing that I'm a physical back, I'm a physical runner, and that's what I'm brought here for. So, the big question is, how's it going to hold up? How's it going to feel? Getting brought to the ground for the first time, all that. Those are things that go through somebody's head during rehab for months. So, I mean, I think you can see that joy and appreciation when he's on the dais and talking about this. You know, it's the smile. I know we can't see them, but the smile that was on his face. You know what I'm saying, Patrick? Like,
100%.
I felt that I was out of everybody. I felt really, really happy for him just getting to say and show the progress he's made.
100%. Yeah, and he was asked about his rehab and going through it, and he talks about how it was really, really hard at first, but now he's feeling the pride about it.
It was a lot, you know, more mentally than physically, of course. I'm not even going to sit here and, you know, sugarcoat it. But the first 2 months were very brutal, you know, mentally, like watching the games. I had surgery the week before the first game, so I had to stay home and watch from the couch because I couldn't move around as much. And it was hard. Like, it was hard for me to watch football. It was hard for me to do a lot of things, you know, like I was really just sitting on my butt. You know, I couldn't do much at all. But, man, when I look back on it now, I'm not glad that I got injured, but I'm grateful for what it did for me, mentally, physically, spiritually, things like that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you hear that perspective on the whole thing now of, okay, you got to take the positives out of it. He did talk about, you know, speaking to Blake Gideon about scripture and stuff and really trying to find himself in the moment of all the struggles of watching your team that you were supposed to be the guy. And then I'm sure there's a certain amount of jealousy when Trey Wisner hits 1,000 yards and you're like, I'm so happy my brother hit 1,000 yards. Also, that's me. That's supposed to be me. Mm-hmm. I'm supposed to be the guy who's getting all that hype. So it's great to hear that he has a really good perspective on it. He just wants to go back out there and ball.
You know, it's so funny that recruiting class from 2023, Wisner's the second, you know, the kind of the back off to the side, and he's the one that puts up the big numbers last year and is, you know, the returning SEC rusher. And even with that, if you do get 100%, if you really do get 100% CJ Baxter, because we won't know until we watch the Ohio State game. Let's just be honest, right? Like, and I think we have to be realistic with even what the usage rate looks like. But when he played his first year, and he was really, it was him back and forth with Jonathan Brooks in that 2023 season. The biggest thing that you noticed with CJ Baxter was that Sark was full menu with his offense because he can do everything. So now nothing gets tipped to the defense. Even with a guy as good as Trey Wisner, and I love Wisner, there's still certain things that you're not going to run when he's in the game, if you know what I mean. Yeah. When CJ Baxter's in the game, I can flex him. He can pass block. He can run inside zone. He can run outside zone. He can do screen game. There's nothing that is not on my call sheet, and that's rare. That's Bijan. Like, Bijan could do that, right? But most backs, there's certain things on the call sheet that you're not going to call with that particular back in the game. And it can tip your hand to the defense. And it's such an advantage just being able to do that when he's on the field, which is why he was playing so much, and which is why Nick Saban said what he said when they went to Alabama, because they couldn't key on anything when he's in the game.
No, 100%. And I think we saw Trey Wisner talk some about it too, about trying to be a better open field runner as well, which will, okay, now we can put him out in the screen game a little bit more. We can have him out where we're just trying to get him the ball in space and see what he can do. So you're trying to figure out all the different ways that you can kind of use a guy and get out of it. Jared Gibson is another one that worked on catching during the offseason, because it's like you can't just be Baby Rhino. Because once you're Baby Rhino, they're going to stack the box.
Yeah, if I'm Matt Patricia and I see 9 in the game, I have a package for you.
But now if you go stack the box and then he cuts outside, you're like, no. So I think that's where it is. It's trying to make look, Sark buzzword, versatility. And I think that's kind of one of those pieces is they want to be a very versatile football team. And in the running back room, they go on that. Speaking of for CJ Baxter, I do love this club too. Of him talking about his girlfriend, Mia Scott, and winning the softball championship with a torn ACL, and her giving him some grief for not being back out there when she was playing with it.
I don't know how she did it. No, but she's super tough. I mean, she always mess with me about it. She'd be like, how come I can play on it, but you can't? So things like that. But,
What
I mean.
say? What she has said?
I mean, she didn't have surgery, so you know she's able to do it. I had surgery, so I had a little setback. But nah, she pushed me. If anything, when there was days I didn't want to get up and feeling lazy, she made me get up. And then since she's won the national championship, her trophy is on my nightstand. So every morning I wake up, that's the first thing I see, because she said I got to go win one. So yeah.
I love that. Longhorns helping Longhorns there. Hey, put this on your nightstand. Remember what you got to do now.
They remind me of Aaron and Sonia Richard Ross.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it's great to see. You love to see it that, and she was awesome when we were watching the Women's College World Series. So it's definitely fun to hear that relationship is still going strong and that she's helping him get through it. But yeah, 2 torn ACLs in a relationship is not. I guess technically it was 1 torn ACL and 1 repaired ACL that he was getting. Maybe that was what the situation was at the time. But yeah, you got to be pretty tough to just be like, oh, it's torn. I'll finish the season.
Well, it's also great though on the dark days being able to support one another.
Yeah, 100%.
They both know what it's like mentally as athletes, as people that you going through this, young people still having to go to class, all those type of things. Relatability can go a long way in a relationship sometimes when you and your significant other are going through the exact same thing.
Yeah. Ryan Wingo was asked about Parker Livingstone, one of the ones that we have talked a lot about of the names that come up, and was kind of asked about what he thought about guys stepping up. Here's Ryan Wingo on Parker Livingstone.
Parker cold for sure. Parker cold. I got to watch him a lot in the spring, and he was at main target, so he did good with all his targets. That being choice shots, he was taking them to the house. Like he's really showing out. So I'm excited for Parker.
So that's another vote of trust for Parker Livingstone. I know Ryan Wingo talked a lot today about DeAndre Moore and watching him, how he goes through what he does. And a lot of what Ryan Wingo talked about was details and just trying to, that somewhat of the injury in spring helped him see the game instead of playing it. And it feels like it's going to be a big help that now that he kind of goes, oh, this is why they told me to do.
Sure.
Okay, I get that. When I'm playing, maybe I don't notice it in the moment, but now I'm on the sideline. I watch Demo doing it, and now I know better.
Do you think it's a blessing in disguise, that whole situation that happened in the spring with Wingo going down and them shutting him down for the hamstring, and Livingstone gets all this extra work that he probably wouldn't have gotten had Wingo stayed healthy, right? Like it could be something that really benefits us, because you still hear when Wingo comes back, and he missed time in fall camp. And then, like I said, the guy practiced like 1 time last week and then was like the MVP of the game. Like that, so I'm like, wow, like he really is that guy. But everybody else getting those extra reps is kind of addressing the question mark that you brought up earlier in our show about who are these guys that are going to step up for us in the receiver room. Namely, is Parker Livingstone ready to be a 500, 600, 700-yard receiver for this team? But if he's getting that extra work and they're raving about it, that's got to be encouraging for the overall outlook on the season.
Oh, 100%. And that's the thing, is you want to see these guys step in. We know that Arch and Livingstone have the connection. So it's, can you fit into, can you do it against this defense? Because it's easy to do this when you and Arch are out throwing the ball around. But now we put you in and we're going to be bumping you and we're going to be, defending you. You're going to have to be able to see where you need to be and make the small adjustments so that you're not walking right into a safety's trap and all of those things. I think it gets. Ryan Wingo also talked a little bit about what he's working on right now as he tries to get better for the season.
Really just, like I said, becoming that complete receiver. Like I kind of said, Demo is like he getting in and out of breaks, everything. So me is just focusing on every little thing that's catching, getting in and out of breaks. Just not, you know what I'm saying, just really being a complete receiver.
So that is, again, the details. And we saw Colin Simmons talk about it. We see Ryan Wingo talk about it. One of those players, he's good enough as is. But to be a great receiver, to be, at that top level, to be the first round pick, to be a guy, to be the first wide receiver pick, which is going to be very hard to do in his class. But to to be in that top level of wide receiver, how do you get there? And it is continue to get better. Understand you're going to be able to go up and get the ball, but how do you get into a position where Arch sees you wide open? And it's not you being DK Metcalf, where you're just coming down and you go, hey, that way, throw it that way, and I'll go down and get it. You can be a little bit more where you look at guys that maybe don't have all of your physical gifts, and you see them succeeding, you go, how are they succeeding? Because if I work as hard as them, and if I'm as technical as they are, and I have all my physical gifts, then I'm Jamar Chase, I'm Justin Jefferson. Like, now I'm at that level receiver. But if I'm just a really good catcher, then I'm DK Metcalf, which is still really good, but not good enough. Not somebody who's great.
Yeah, especially at the collegiate level, right?
Yeah.
You know, and thinking of the inconsistencies that DK and AJ Brown had at Ole Miss versus what they became as professional receivers. I agree. Wingo, you know, coming into the year, 29 catches, almost 480 yards, and you know, 5 touchdowns. So now just seeing him go into, again, like we talked about with DeAndre Moore, complimentary guys, but guys that played a lot of ball, played a lot of snaps, were out there in those games. Wingo was out there in Ohio State. He was on the field on the Jack Sawyer run back for a touchdown. He was in the back of the end zone. Yeah. So this isn't deer in headlights anymore. He's made plays against Michigan, right? Against Georgia. Like, he's had big plays. So it's now just, are you being that consistent go-to guy? But I'm excited just to see the what he does with the increased volume and opportunities as he grows as a football player.
Last one we'll play for you. Ryan Wingo was asked, who's the toughest guy to go against on the defense?
I like this question.
I like this one too, and he gives a good answer.
Manny Muhammad, he's super smart. It's hard to go against him. He know you can lean a little bit or you can do something off. He gonna know exactly the route. So it's hard to go against him for sure.
There, Manny Muhammad, where he's like, that guy knows exactly what I'm trying to do whenever I'm trying to do it. And you get that the world of Manny Muhammad, where why he's so good at what he does is he's constantly just in you. He's just right up in all of your business, and you're trying to get out of it. And so Ryan Wingo, but it's helping Ryan Wingo be a better receiver. We've heard that from DeAndre Moore, that those two guys are working really hard against each other. And like, this is iron sharpens iron, right? And we keep hearing that, and you love to hear it, because Manny Muhammad, as good as he was last year, needs to step up a little bit more this year. He needs to be more ball aggressive, which I don't think he was really at all last year. He was a great man defender, but to be where he needs to be, to take that next step, he needs to be more ball aggressive. So we can hear he's already got a lot of the game down, the mental part, the football IQ. Now it is having the confidence to do that. And like how Jahdae Barron really took that step when he went to his last year, where Jahdae Barron could be on a guy defending him and then see the ball go out somewhere else, run across the field and go make a play.
Exactly.
Because he was playing the ball, not the guy, where there's plays where Manny Muhammad turns around and the play's happening somewhere else on the field because he was just shutting his guy down. When you can take that next step over, for him, it'll be really big. And for Ryan Wingo to learn how to not have tells, to learn how to play the smart part of the game, learn how to trick your defender, that you can realize, he goes, okay, so what am I doing? Okay, so if I lean this way, he's going, so let me lean that way and then go the other way. And then he's never going to know where I'm going to be at, because I'm going to intentionally try and throw off, be so aware of myself before the line that I know what I'm doing, and I'm going to throw him off with what I'm doing.
A lot of people are, there's some mixed feelings in Longhorn fan base with Manny, and a lot of it is on certain, games, the Clemson game, this and that and third. And first off, corner, especially when you're playing oftentimes against the most physical receiver on the other team, and you're playing better competition, better quarterback play, you are going to get beat. I don't care if NFL corners, right? Like, that's the name of a game. It's trying to mitigate the damage, limit that, and then also, like you said, make positive plays on the football and become an intimidating force when people are looking to target you. But we've also got to consider the upside of growth that has occurred on the defensive side, where light bulbs have come on with guys getting older over the last few seasons. Jalen Ford made a really big jump. I remember from his sophomore year to being an All-American, right? It was like, hey, that guy could be really good if he could talk more. It just came on. Jahdae Barron moving to corner on the outside. Him and Michael Taft last year, right? That big jump that they had. Why can't Manny? I think if all the people that benefit from just the presence of Coach Aquina, he's probably the biggest one that benefits, because I've heard from multiple people, player and coaches and whatnot, that after Michael Taft, he's the next high IQ guy on the football team, on that defense, I should say. It's Manny Muhammad in terms of just the brainiac, all that stuff. And I think this is a year where the light bulb comes on, and I think he's going to really elevate his play, just like we've seen some of those guys make big jumps from year over year. I think you can see that with Manny.
No, I agree. And I think like having that blueprint as well is what you just said, is you just laid out that blueprint, and seeing these guys end up in the NFL and seeing how, Jahdae Barron being a first round pick, seeing that world of growth and going, okay, these are the same, these are the guys who can give me the blueprint. They've done it before, and they can tell me you can keep doing what you're doing, and that's fine, but you're going to be a day 2, day 3 pick.
Right.
Because everyone knows your flaws and they know you didn't fix them. But if you're continually improving, then they go, well, he's on a chart and he's still going up, versus he is on a chart and he is just flat across the last 3 years. Really, really good, but he hasn't done much now. So how are we going to get him over it? So I'm with you on that. It's exciting to see where he's going to go. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, I want to answer the question up there, Michael Harges, or the statement up there on the chat. I want to get to that. We'll get to any more of your questions. If you want to throw them on the text line, on the chat, please go ahead and do that. We will also come back and get into some NFL talk, more preseason action tonight and tomorrow. We'll get into that. With camps kind of wrapping up as well, how we're feeling about some of these teams, if we're feeling better or worse. I know one team we're not feeling better about. We'll get into all of that. We come back here on Open Jam. Myself, Pat Reeves, alongside my man, Steven, Fanatic Perspective. You got to go check them out. It is football season. You don't want to miss Fanatic Perspective. Make sure to go follow them on the YouTubes and on the Twitters and all the other things as well, because you're not going to want to miss what he does this season. But we'll take a quick break. We'll be back in about 2.5 minutes right here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV, with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and relax the back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country. as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to sendtexttickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. sendtexttickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's sendtexttickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym, here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, an hour or two here on the show, wrapping things up on a Friday afternoon. It's been another good week, getting closer and closer to the season. Man, I can't wait till the Friday when we're just like, tomorrow is the game. Tomorrow is game day. I cannot wait for that. But we still got a couple weeks to go. Got a couple weeks. So I'm going to slow down, take a breath. We've joined myself. I was joined by Steven from Fanatic Perspective. You need to follow them and check them out as we get into the football season. He will be your pathway, giving you a lot of good it takes as the season continues on, and through the good, hopefully just the good times. Hopefully there aren't any bad times.
Yeah,
there's usually some bad times.
Let's keep the good times rolling. That's the right energy, Patrick.
Usually, but I'm hoping with just good times. I hope that the bad times are just people, the SEC deciding, like, can we vote them out? I hope that's the bad times is the SEC. They're not being nice like Oklahoma and losing. They're not being nice guys like that and losing.
No, we used to have group therapy sessions on a regular basis after games, and those days hopefully are long gone and behind us. So very, very excited, man. I can't wait. This is the most excited I've been, honestly, in my adulthood coming into a college football season, around Texas for a myriad of reasons. The recent success they've had, Arch coming on board, I'm more juiced than I normally am. And it's crazy. Normally I'm like cautiously optimistic, but now I'm like, hey.
Because it's like 05 was you knew something big, and then you beat Ohio State week 1. So there's all that stuff in 05, but there isn't. The coverage was way different in 05. 20 years ago,
it was different.
I
remember being hyped off the Michigan Rose Bowl, though. Like I knew we were going to have a big. Now, did I think we were going to win the national championship the following year? Probably not at the time, but I thought we were going to be amazing, right, in 05. I did think that, but I was a senior in high school, so it's a little different. Like you said, the media coverage and like how I felt at the time. But that's what I'm kind of like saying, like in my adulthood, in the age of social media, in the age of like just 24/7 all access type stuff. Yeah, this is the most excited I've been.
Yeah, it definitely feels. I mean, 2 straight playoff appearances. It feels like everything is lined up now. You got, Das Wunderkind.
Number 1 team.
You got Arch Manning. Just where I want to go. Michael Arch is over there in the chat. If you want to join the chat, you feel free in Facebook, Twitch, X, or on YouTube. We've also got a text line if you want to go in and throw those in. 512-222-9328. I see my man Chan understands what I was talking about. Says the Cowgirls suck. So my man Chan is over there on the text line where I was going with that before the break. But if you have anything you want to throw in there, but this is kind of funny because we have these a lot on the show, and I keep hearing this stuff that everything is so reliant on Arch Manning for Texas this year. And this is my question. Is the same energy going to Gunnar Stockton?
No.
And that's kind of where I'm like, I get that they're more proven. They're definitely more proven than we are. They're definitely, have the track record of everything else. But this is a defense first team for Texas this year. I know that sounds crazy because it's a Sark team. And I know but this is one of the best defenses in college football last year. This is going to be one of the best defenses in college football once again. So if you say this is a defense first team and the offense needs to win the game, but the defense is there. This is a defense-led team. And so everything being based so much on like Arch has got to do this, the offensive line has got to do some stuff. They've got to be able to get the ball in the end zone. But we should have 2 guys who could run for 1,000 yards as our running backs, which is better than what Georgia has. We should. Yes. Now, our offensive line is not the same. I think their offensive line is probably better than ours, at least more experienced than ours. But overall, you're just like, I get that the love is to Arch Manning. I don't put everything in like it's got to be Arch. I think there's a lot of other pieces. I also think Arch is going to be good. But I think if Arch is good, you're winning the playoffs.
I think the problem is this. You're right. You're 100% right. That we are not talking the same way. And Gunnar Stockton played that Sugar Bowl game, right, against Notre Dame. Like, they've seen, we talk about proof of concept with Arch. They've also seen proof of concept with Gunnar Stockton in the SEC championship game against us, as well as the Sugar Bowl. But the difference is Arch Manning, people are going to break down and scrutinize every snap he takes, whether Texas wins or loses.
Yeah.
Texas could win every game. If Arch is good but not great, let's say he's like Stetson Bennett type production the first time Georgia won, not the second time when Stetson was balling, but that first time where he's literally a bus driver and Texas goes undefeated and wins a natty. There's still going to be noise about, when it's Texas developing the quarterback and all this type of stuff. Like, that's how crazy the hype is and the eyeballs are around Arch and Arch alone. Whereas with Gunnar Stockton in Georgia, their whole mentality is, we could not run the football like we traditionally run the football year over year with Kirby Smart and their mentality. And they're trying to get back to that. And they're trying to get back to the quarterback because Carson Beck started getting he had too much dip on his chip. Back there throwing 40-something times, throwing picks, all this type of stuff. And they're used to controlling the rock, controlling the line of scrimmage, play action pass, manage the game, don't turn the ball over. We can play field position, we can punt. That's how they want to play ball. They don't want to ask their quarterback
I agree.
To be all world and do everything. So it's a different world they live in than
I
we
think
do
that's,
here with Arch.
But that's kind of what I think Sark wants to do is, I want to have a winning game plan without a quarterback. And then I want my quarterback to make me win games by 40. If everything goes to plan, my receivers, someone's getting open. The plays I've drawn up, I got 5 guys who can go out there and execute. And if all 5 guys execute, someone's open. And all you got to do is get the ball there. I've got running backs, and we're going to have holes for the running backs, and they're going to be able to move the ball. I'm going to have a defense that stops the other team and gets us the ball back. I'm going to have all those pieces, and then I'm going to plug in a great quarterback. But the Sark offense isn't built around a great quarterback. But that's the Mac Jones world, is you put a Mac Jones in a world that he was not in a Sark offense and, kind of come up in the Alabama world, and then he has 4,500 yards.
Right.
And you're like, that's what can happen when every piece works together. It's more, to me, all about how much of the cake is baked. And then you can put all the rest of it in there.
Not the cake is baked. Not the cake is baked.
You want to have everything. You want to have everything.
Strong.
You want to have everything in there where you want to have all these pieces and everything is up the top level. So it's like, how many pieces around it are really there? And if they're there, then Arch just has to be a good quarterback. Now, if he's great, that's how you go on those big runs, and that's how you have generational seasons. But it kind of gets me now, because it always feels like, oh, well, this whole team's based on the offense. I'm like, it's a defense first team. It's not about Arch.
Definitely a defensive first team. Look, that Ohio State game, and I keep saying it, this is a game where it's going to be a 20-17, 21-17 type game. Like, this isn't the roll out of bed 30 points yet.
Yeah.
But in a game like this, I mean, even the Cotton Bowl last year, we scored 14 points. Like this is what Ohio State should have really only scored 21 instead of 28, that they got a free 7 off of Jack. So it's like that these are the type of ball games in the big games, like the Georgia SEC championship game was a 22-19 ball game.
Yeah.
That's the type of margin you're dealing with. Yes. Now, to Michael's point, though, the ability to improv should come in moments. It's coming in moments. I'm not saying he's got to be Johnny Manziel every freaking play, creative. It's in the 2-minute drill. Like, I'll give you a great example. 20 years ago at Ohio State in the shoe, right? Vince Young did not light the world up statistically in that game. As a matter of fact, Ohio State defense, A.J. Hawk and the boys, had a very good game against Vince and them. Where Vince shined was in situational moments, 2-minute drill. the drill at the end of the game where he hits Limas to win the ball game. And it was a 25-22 game. He threw a couple picks. He had a couple touchdowns. But every time we needed it, he was there. That's what matters.
I think, too, I think you're hitting it on the head, too, is people look at Vince Young and they go, that's what we need. Vince Young had 6 damn plays. So you got to improvise if you have 6 damn plays. Arch has got, what, 70, 80 a game? It's a different world. I'm just saying.
Not the Greg Davis playbook.
No, Max said this. Mac went and Greg Davis goes, he can't learn the plays. And Matt goes, then find 6 he can learn and do those. And when he learns those 6, give him 7. But Mac Brown did that. And so, like, I think that's that world of, like, there's so much. The Sark offense is so much more complex than what we saw in that world. So I agree. In moments, yes, it's big. But I just think that this Sark offense is so much more complex in a world where you don't need the hero ball as much as you need somebody to not turn the ball over and not have to be put in those positions to be a hero ball. So that's more of why I put it that way, is it's just that this offense is not designed to need that. Again, Mac Jones was not an improv master.
No.
4,500 yards, like 45 touchdowns. His stat line was insane that season with Sark when they won the Natty. It's an insane stats. So, but that was the deal, is he was a great game manager, what he did, and that Sark offense just ran itself.
It did. He also had, like, there was just so much elite stuff around.
Yes.
I mean, Devontae Smith won the Heisman.
I know.
I mean, Najee Harris caught 47 passes on top of all the rushing, and then you had guys like John Mechie who were cooking. Waddle went down. They didn't even have Jalen Waddle the whole time.
Yeah.
Like that team plus the offensive line and how they were. I do think, though, with this group, and you're right about the complexity with Sark, and that's actually a concern I think we should think about early in the year going on the road. If Sark gets a little too carried away with the pre-snap stuff to where we start. I mean, it kind of happened in the Michigan. If you go back and watch the Michigan game last year, we were getting hammered with pre-snap penalties. And what was bailing us out was we were a lead on third down, especially on third and long. We were just converting chunk plays and getting out of. But we kept going 2nd and 15, 2nd and 20 before we were even snapping the ball, right? So, to your point about the complexity of the system. Yeah. So I am wondering, like, is Sark now knowing that he should have improved special teams? I have a punter. Yeah. I don't need to press.
No.
I can play field position and let them keep the ball at the 10-yard line. And take my shots when I need to. Let Arch do his thing when he needs to. I think it's just about understanding the moments of the game when you can be that superhero versus when you need to manage things.
No, I agree. And I think Arch will have those moments for sure. It's a weird part to me where I keep seeing it. I'm going, like, it's just funny because I see everyone keeps going, there's too much hype on Arch. There's too much hype on Arch. We're putting too much hype on Arch. And then the next question is, well, if he's not able to pick up 75 yards in a play, are we dead? And that's just how my head is reading it. And I'm like, well, that's the hype. That's the problem. We can't expect him to do that because it's just that's not feasible against the great teams, against the Georgias and Ohio States. And I mean, those are the two great teams we're going to be playing, but there will be other good teams. Oklahoma's going to be really good. We got someone asked you if you're afraid of Florida. I'm sure this may be an inside joke. But Andrew asked you if you're afraid of Florida.
Oh, I don't. If it's an inside joke, that I'm like Christopher Reeves and Superman, where I'm, like that. But I don't think Florida is scary. I'm sorry. Like, I have all the respect in the world for Billy Napier saving his job last year. What he did, the turnaround. I thought the smartest thing he did last year was sitting his boys when they came to Austin to navigate that last month of the season, and it worked out perfect because they ended up winning out after. They're coming into the season on a 4-game winning streak after the game against us. But if I'm Sark, like we've seen Billy twice, when he was at Lafayette, when he was at Florida. I'm not scared of Billy. I mean, they can run the ball. That's one thing. Florida is elite at running the ball. They have a very, very good run blocking offensive line. if Lagway is healthy, he's the perfect complement to that because he goes bombs away off the play action because they naturally run the ball so well. It just opens up so much downfield. The thing, though, with Florida, though, is we're going to know whether or not they've made the strides to hang with a team like us well before they play us, because they got to play LSU. They got to play Miami. They got wars before us. So
No,
by the time we get to now, if they let's say they went out, right, and they're 5-0 or 6-0, whatever their
4-0 when they
record
get to
is,
us. 4-0.
They're 4-0 when they get to us, right? They probably going to be ranked in the top 10, maybe top 5, because they would have 2 big wins.
Yeah, on the road.
And they'd be on an 8-game winning streak overall. So yeah, that's a different conversation. But we got to see it. We got to see it.
I mean, I got to see DJ Lagway be healthy after South Florida on the road at LSU, on the road at Miami. I got to see him be healthy. I know that. I don't wish it upon anybody. Knock on wood. I hope he's healthy, and I hope we play him. But I got to see him be it. Because
he didn't make it to Austin. He didn't make it
to Austin. He didn't make it to the beginning of fall camp. He didn't make it at the beginning of spring. Like he's consistently had injuries. And so to see him, he's playing at LSU at Miami. They get a bye week in between though, before they come and see us. So before we go and see them. So there is, look, it may be something small. He may be ready to come back, but I just have to see all those things. I just think everything like that is a team much more of everything has to be going right for them to make it work. A&M's a trap game. A&M's going to be really good. I think that the reason why it's a trap game, and I know it's you're ready for it and everything else, but and maybe you can say rivalries aren't a trap game, but that one to me is you're at home.
Can we define what a trap game is?
Yeah, if we don't want to say rivalries can't be in it, then it's a lot harder because you're taking away.
What's your definition of a trap game?
My definition of a trap game is a game that you are projected to win by probably at least 7 to 10 points, and you still can lose. Like, I get that you could say rivalries aren't in there, but if you want to say that, that's fine. But like, I'm not fully I'm not super scared of Florida right now. Now, maybe again, you're right. They play LSU and they play Miami. So if they beat both of them, that changes my opinion. I just don't see it happen.
Right. No. They would have, I don't know if anybody else would have 2 big wins like that in the first 4 games of the season in college football. Like that's
when do we play Oklahoma? Week 5? Week 4? Let me look. Because that would be
we play Florida before OU. We open our SEC opener.
Oh yeah, we play Oklahoma week 6.
Yeah, okay. So at the time we play Florida, like going into the Florida game is what I'm saying, because that would be the first game of October. So basically, through the last week of August and the first month of September, I don't think anybody else in college football would have 2 big wins like that, like Florida, if they get through that, right? Yeah. Like nobody else is. We're playing our 3 non-con games or other 3 non-con games after Ohio State. But going back to the trap game point, I just wanted to clarify because I want to know how to answer the question. You know what I mean? Like, because different people define trap games.
No, I get it. So Andrew's agreeing with me. It's like you're a touchdown favorite.
So everybody's like, but everybody says you're gonna win.
Yeah,
right.
Everybody says you're gonna,
Everybody says you're gonna win. So I don't know. It's hard for me. I guess Florida would qualify under those circumstances, but depending on what they look like. But it's also the SEC opener, and it's Florida, and
you're
it's
on the road. Yeah, if road games are really hard to be traps for me, unless it's like a Vanderbilt or a Kentucky.
Our mind isn't in it, like Vanderbilt last year. Like we should blow them out, but all of a sudden we're in this game because we ain't executing like we normally execute. Like all of a sudden, what can go wrong is going wrong for no reason. Like we should be blowing this. To me, Vanderbilt last year is a good example of a trap game because we were up, we were rolling, and all of a sudden it's a 1-score ball game. Looking around like what the hell, right? Like And then the Kobe Black pick six, we go up 17, but then it gets called back because Vernon Brown goes upstairs to the head. And now we're onside kick away for like it within a 15-second span. Like that's like a trap game. So I guess for me, if I were to really think about it in that sense, I mean, Florida probably still would be there. I don't consider Vanderbilt this year a trap game. I think they're going to go.
No, it's at home too.
At home. I do think about teams like Kentucky and Mississippi State just being those games being on the road a little closer than they should be.
We'll be on the road for a while too, I think, during that stretch.
We'll be on the road for a while. OU, because those are the games that are after OU. Like we're going Florida, OU, and then it's that road slate.
Yes.
Before we hit the rivalries in November at home. That's where I'm like, Texas, we got to maintain focus. Now, the last 2 years under Sark, they've done a good job of not losing those games. And I said this last night with the Texas Fan Battle guys, and I'll say it again. The last time, in my opinion, the last time Texas lost a football game to a team that I thought we were just all the way better than coming into the game, we should win no matter what, was OU 2 years ago. Yeah. That's the last time I could honestly say we lost the ball game and we were up with 90 seconds left before Dylan Gabriel goes on that drive. That's the last time I can say that under Sark. All these other games, whether we've looked sloppy, Patrick, whether it's been frustrated, whether we're mad at Quinn, whatever, we pulled it out the last 2 years. So, you know.
Yeah, and I get Arkansas. I just don't think they're good. Like, that's the thing is, and I get maybe I'm in the trap world of it too. I just don't think they have the talent. Like this Texas team is just really, really stacked at some things. I just don't see it. Like, I don't see a situation where we're in the fourth quarter, like how we move the ball and our defense, they can't stop them. But like the Aggies, I could think, all right, well, their defense is playing pretty well. They got a turnover or two, and now Marcel Reed is just starting to go. And it was just like Texas just gets kind of sloppy at a point because they're playing well and they feel like they've got a clean path. I think last year was a lot easier because it was winner goes to the SEC champion. So you're like very aware. If that's not the case, then it changes where your mindset is a little bit. It's a Friday game right after Thanksgiving. There's all these distractions going on. Everyone's talking about what you're doing postseason. Like you're starting to have the conversations. Transfer portal's almost damn open at this point. It's like there's a lot going on at that moment that one scares me more than it scares a lot of people because they're like, oh, we're just better than A&M. And I'm like, I get that, but they're good enough that they have the talent on that roster. Like when you're talking player versus player, I think they have that where they can come in and compete. So that one always scares me a little bit more. Like my man Chan on the tech side says, our offensive line, all new players. I'm concerned, and he's concerned about too much hype on the Texas football. Hype is fine. You got it. Look, Texas has to learn how to be a front runner.
Yes,
you have to learn how to do it. So I think they've been prepared for it. They know everybody hates them. They're aware of it. You have Arch Manning, who in life is a front runner. Nepo babies are front runners. So that's like he's already
earlier. He's had the camera on him. He's always been under the microscope. That's the other thing that people don't understand. When the camera's always on you, eventually it just is what it is. You just learn how to deal with it, and it's now on everybody else to ball when that spotlight is on you. We kind of saw that with Shedeur Sanders last week when he played for Cleveland and he balled. They had 2.2 million viewers for a preseason game. And he's fine because he's used to the eyeballs.
Of course.
It was everybody else that was like, whoa, what's going on here? This is weird. He's used to it. I always have the camera on me. This is uncomfortable for you. That's the same way I look at Arch. The same thing we saw with Shedeur last week when they played the Panthers. And everybody's tuned in to see what's going to happen. Is he going to fall apart? But they're always used to the camera on them. That's how they were raised. That's how they grew up. But I also look at Sark. Sark came from Pete Carroll and Nick Saban. Those teams every single year were ranked number one when they were in their heyday. USC was always expected to dominate. Alabama was always expected to dominate. There wasn't conversations about, is this too much hype for Matt Leinart and Reggie Bush? What? It was how many they gonna win by?
Yeah.
Like what?
Yeah. They're front runners. Well, yeah, no one went to Nick Saban. I mean, Nick Saban had about the rat poison, but it's like,
Right.
yeah, it's what we do is you just don't buy into it. You understand. Also, Sark has coached under two of the best front runners ever in college football. They're Pete Carroll and Nick Saban. The two of the best front runners ever. So he understands what it takes to be a front runner. They got to do that. And as far as the offensive line, like, I get it's scary to have four new offensive linemen. It's super scary in the Ohio State game because of penalties, because that can scare me the most is the noise and just getting set behind and psychologically getting a little
I'm more worried about
scarred.
them pre-snap than I am post-snap.
Yes, 100%. But when you look at it and you say, okay, I get we don't have Kelvin Banks, but Gooseby was good last year in Kelvin Banks' absence. So it's not Kelvin Banks, but this Gooseby could still step up and be a top-tier talent. He's not going to be top 5 pick caliber Kelvin Banks, but he's going to be a really good player. And on the other side, you go Brandon Baker could be as good as Cam Williams. He could be. We don't know yet. I think at the guard position, we could take a step up at our left guard position. And as good as Jake Majors was, we don't know what Cole Hudson could be. I don't think he's going to be any worse than what Jake Majors was, which was a really steady hand. These are not like, it's not like you're playing where this isn't Texas 10 years ago where there was no player development and we were always worried about who was next. It's a much different era where there's a ton of player development, where guys are coming in and now reaching the levels they're supposed to be at. So I'm very worried about pre-snap, extremely worried about pre-snap for young guys. But once the ball snapped, I'm not overly worried early on. Now I'm worried that we're not going to be able to take that step forward you want to take to where we can be a red zone and a power run team that we want to be. That concerns me some, but we weren't last year either. So there are, I'm choosing to take the more positive look on it, because you could look at it and go, well, we don't know, so I'll pretend it's all going to be bad. I choose to not live my life as someone who's to talk about this team 10 hours a week to go around and just be like, just every day of dread and despair because I don't know. I don't know. I believe they're going to be good, and I believe our defensive line is going to push them a lot in practice because our defensive line is one of the best in the country. Is our offensive line going to be the best in the country? No. But it doesn't have to be. It just has to be good.
I think naturally the law of attrition, just the law of averages too, right? Like you talked about Cole Hudson and all the he's played football. Now he hasn't played center on a game at Texas yet, but he's played 38 games. That's a lot of football. He started a whole year as a freshman. So when I look at it, it's more so like there's things they're going to maybe even be better at than the previous group.
Yeah.
And then there's going to be things that are going to drop off a little bit. I expect pass pro not to be, I don't think we're going to have the same just crazy pockets we used to have. Because Hayden Connor, Jake Mate, they were together for so long. Kelvin, they were really, really good at that. Yeah. But I do think that this group might be nastier when it comes to getting dirty yards. So are we okay with the trade-off if the quarterback's more mobile anyway?
Yeah.
Are we okay with the trade-off?
Exactly.
At the end of the day, net, it still might be the same productivity-wise overall. Yeah. So that's how I look at it.
Yeah, and again, once we figure out what Arch's pocket presence is, of how much field does he have for a guy coming at him, that changes the way you have to block too. Because for Kelvin Banks, if he gets past you, it's a sack.
And he knew that.
Yeah, that's a world different than, if he gets past you, Arch can maybe do something. Mm-hmm. And so there are times where you're going to kind of let him go. And you may have plays where Arch knows in 3 seconds, run. And we're going to try and make a hole for you instead of trying to make a pocket.
Very different. Very, very different. But I'm encouraged, though, that what they talk about, for the offensive line, just to set people at ease here, this is Kyle Flood year over year recruiting wise, guys that he's had in the incubator. There's not one portal player on this line. No. And that's their chosen evaluation. I know they looked at one guy, back in the before the spring, but they went and got a receiver. They went and got a tight end. They went and got another linebacker, edge rusher type, right? Like the things they wanted to, they were not sure about. The interior defensive line that we had been talking about, that's where they hammered the portal, where we're like, hey, we don't know. Offensive line never came up as concern for them. They're like, yo, these guys are ready. They followed our program. Y'all just haven't seen them. We have. Exactly. Y'all haven't.
Yeah, these are the guys that we felt comfortable with Arch last season. A lot of these guys were on the twos practicing with Arch last year.
Mm-hmm.
So, right. Like these guys understand they've worked with him before. They were ready to go. And so I do get there is concern but again, this is Sark crying from a yacht. That's what he says. We're crying from a yacht where it's like, well, I got to find something to freak out about. And I can't really freak out about the quarterback. And I can't really freak out about much on the defense. You can't really freak out about our running back room right now. Our wide receiver room is pretty all right. So I can't. Offensive line. That's what we're going to freak out about. Like, it's kind of by process of elimination that you really look at them and go, I get it's 4 new starters. That is college football. And so
I'd rather had 4 new starters last year at Notre Dame when they went to A&M at Kyle Field. And those guys were babies.
Yeah.
They were starting like freshmen and sophomore, and they figured it out. And by the end of the season, what were they doing with Jeremiah loving them and running the rock all over the place?
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they were playing for Natty.
With 4 new starters on the offensive line.
So there's a lot of stuff that you can look at if we want to nitpick, which, I mean, we have a lot of time, so we nitpick. But, like, overall, you're in a position where they've recruited well enough. There's enough depth at a lot of positions where you sit there and you go, we haven't hit the worst part yet. The worst part is when things start to go wrong in some area where there is, hopefully a short-term injury or something. It's football. It happens. I think really, if we want to talk about the scariest thing that's out there, it's the backup quarterback room. This is because we've had such a really, really good backup quarterback that we haven't really talked. That to me is probably the thing of, well, starting quarterbacks at Texas don't make it through the full season. Now, Arch is a little bit built different. He's a big dude. So there's a pretty good chance he'll be able to last longer than a lot of guys. But you go, if he misses a game, is KJ Lacey or Trey Owens ready? Whoever he sends out there, or Caldwell at this point,
or
whoever it is, are they ready? That to me is the bigger question that I don't know if we've heard the answer to yet. Does Sark have any trust in another guy? And, now hopefully you're in a position where it is a team where you're just like, run the damn ball. Just run the damn ball. We're going to throw 4 passes today. Run the damn ball.
I mean, you're hoping the Manning DNA not only kicks over from the brains and the arm talent and everything else like it seemingly has, but also the durability. Eli and Peyton Manning being both in the top 5 of consecutive starts in NFL history at the position. That's how durable those guys were. And I don't recall either of them missing college starts. So you're hoping that Arch is the same way. Now, he does run more than they did, so that does introduce more risk. But I think the player is going to be smart enough with the coach on when to utilize those gifts. So I'm hoping that this is the year we break that cycle where we can have the same person start every game.
I'd love it.
That would be great. It a lot. But in Sark's first 4 years here at Texas, the backup quarterback has started at least 1 game. That's a fact.
Yeah,
multiple games.
It happens a lot. It is just, it's pretty standard across college football. It's a lot of guys get hurt. It is a tough position to play. You are left out to dry a lot of times. Everyone's trying to take their best shot on you. It is tough. We get Andrew asking us, we picking Notre Dame or A&M in South Bend, week 3 of the season there. Who do you got in that game?
I have Notre Dame. I think it's going to be a very close ball game. I think it's going to look a lot like last year's game until I see A&M able to hit consistently on the deep ball with Marcel Reed. Now, Marcel Reed did not play in that game. That was a Connor Weigman game. But Notre Dame's defense is going to be disgusting this year, if you don't know. They're going to be very, very good this year. I know that CJ Carr and Kenny Minchie are in that quarterback battle, and it sounds like Kenny Minchie might upset CJ Carr, but Notre Dame's going to be able to run the rock.
Run the rock. They're going to go down. Yeah, at the end of the day, it is Marcel Reed first really, really big challenge this season
Yeah.
coming in is going to be that Notre Dame game. And I just don't know if he's ready to play against that defense yet. I don't know if he can hold on to the rock. It feels like he may make a mistake or two in that game that ends up costing A&M.
I do think it's going to be a very close game. Very similar to Ohio State. I think it's going to be like another 20-17 type game. I don't think it's going to be a 10-point. Notre Dame ended up winning by 10 last year, but that game was tight in Kyle Field. But I think it's going to be like one of those type of games again.
Well, I also don't think either one of these teams is really going to be trying to rack up the score. You know, like you're both gonna be trying to run the ball a little bit more and keep the ball and play defense. Yeah,
control the line of scrimmage. Yeah, but like at some point, Riley Leonard had to make a play. Right, that's where we get into the situational stuff, and he did.
Yep.
And Connor Weigman just like it was like the coverage was Chinese when he was trying to push the ball downfield. Right, so
that's let me hit our second break real quick. We'll come back and wrap it up. We'll see if we can get any more questions from you. We'll try and get them in. We'll hit our meat out of the day as we're wrapping things up here on a Friday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
At Sleep Cycle Center, we can treat your sleep apnea in various ways. My story starts 15 years ago with the loss of my father to undiagnosed untreated sleep apnea. And this is a very preventable disease, and treatment options are various. Millions of people across America have sleep apnea, and they fail to realize the early warning signs. Fatigue, daytime sleepiness, and snoring are the most common signs. We'll find the best solution using advanced technology, oral and epigenetic appliances, or CPAP. We offer weight loss, oral surgery, and laser treatments. Schedule your appointment today and get your sleep evaluation.
If you're looking to remodel a kitchen, renovate your bathroom, or maybe add some new life to your outdoor space, reach out to our friends at McCall Custom Homes. They are custom home builders and renovators here in Central Texas, and they've been doing it in Central Texas for more than 40 years. It's a father-son team with a ton of experience, and all of that experience is here in the Austin area. So they know what it takes to turn an Austin area home into something truly, truly special. Right now, our friends at McCall Custom Homes are offering free estimates to TSU listeners so they can come out to your place, hear your vision, they can tell you what they can do, and then you can go from there. Don't just take my word for it. Check out their website, McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Look at the gallery of jobs they've done over the last 4 decades. And then when you're ready, again, reach out to them and they will come to you. McCallCustomHomesATX.com, or you can call or text Mike McCall directly at 512-633-9580. It's McCall Custom Homes. We build value into your home.
Hi, everyone. This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations. We've been serving and assisting customers in the Texas area
I think I got this by now, old man. This is Camilla McKay, Audiovisual's social media and website manager. Our company has been helping you sit back and relax for the last 37 years. We come to you, and we're the kind of workers you want in your home. We give you all the advice at a great price, and we do a lot more than just audiovisual systems. We have employees capable of performing services like electrical contracting, heated floors, motorized shades. Am I forgetting anything, old man?
Yeah, we do surveillance systems, controlled lighting systems, and landscape lighting, computer networks, multi-room audio systems, and of course, we install some really cool theaters.
I had a feeling you were going to say that last one.
Now, am I forgetting anything?
Only this. Remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
So give us a call at 512-255-8678.
Or visit us online at avconsultations.com.
That's 512-255-8678.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered, wrapping it up on a Friday afternoon. Andrew says, what if we lose to Ohio State? What will the panic meter be? Yeah, 100% depends on how you lose. 100% depends.
Context,
all about context on that one. Because if you lose by 40 points and they just destroy you at both lines,
panic meters through the roof.
Through the roof. If Arch throws 7 picks, pretty panicky. If we lose because Mason Shipley misses a field goal, different panic.
Or we lose in overtime. Then
you lose in overtime. Or if you just play a really tight game.
Be talking about a rematch.
It's like, let's meet him again. But I think there's a lot of different ways it can happen. In reality, it really depends on what happens. I don't think we're going to lose, so I think then
it would have to be something surprising at this point.
Yeah.
It would have to be something surprising, like Julian Sand comes out and throws for 400 yards and 4 touchdowns on the defense. Like it'd have to be something just out of the blue that is like, this is uncharacteristic of what we expected from this football team.
Exactly. All right, let's get to our main head of the day, Steven. This is Oklahoma has been putting out some new packages that you can purchase to help their NIL and their revenue sharing. They're trying to add in some other ways to make money. So let's look. This is the first one. You get media access. You can go to the post-game media access for you and a guest. It's almost $700. I don't know how they came with the number $692.11. I don't know how that number hits. Feels like it should just be $700, but that one
got that from ChatGPT.
This one makes zero sense to me as someone who has been in those meetings enough and been in those rooms. You can't ask anything, I don't think. You're just kind of sitting there. And if you won, you'd rather be celebrating. And if you lost, you don't want to be in that room. And I think you can see they put it on YouTube afterwards. They put it on wherever. You can go find it afterwards. So $700 is a lot. $350 a person. I don't know if I'd be buying that one, Steven.
Brother, this sounds like the drunk guy and his buddy that's going to buy a ticket like this. And the moment they get upset by Auburn and Jackson Arnold, they're in that room talking to BV, even though they're not supposed to. But when you know that guy that's hammered on Coors Light and he grabs somebody else's microphone, I can see it right now, bro. I can see it right now. Like, I understand they don't have enough collection plates to pass around at church in Norman to get the NIL up. They've been doing the car washes. They've been asking strippers for money, whatever they can to fuel these guys and to pay their guys. I get it, but get some more collection plates going. I don't know, but this ain't the way. This is setting you up for disaster or a nasty situation.
That one feels so. You got to buy that one. So I feel like it's just going to be some old people that are going to sit in the room and then just like scoff at things and just be aggressive. And just be like a nuisance in the back of the room where they're saying they're like, this.
Why would you want your coach to be in that situation?
I have no idea. But they need the money. So $700 is a lot of money. All right, here's the next level of things they got in there. You can get the high five tunnel for like $300. That's not too bad. The high five tunnel will be really fun for a kid.
Okay.
If you want to go down there and you just sit down there and you get a high five the players, cool gift for a kid if you're really good.
That's fine.
Photos on the 50, $115. Get some pictures. Again, you get the kids, or you want to do a fun engagement photo or something like that. You go out to the 50-yard line. Okay, I'm fine with those. Those are reasonable ones.
These prices are hilarious.
They're random.
$115.87.
I don't know where they got the idea from. Maybe these are an auction, and that's the only thing. Maybe that's where I'm getting it wrong. Maybe it's an auction where that's what they bid. I don't know, but it feels like the cents should not be on there. This is the last one, and the first one is somewhat concerning. The Red Rocket ride. I don't know if these people understand what dogs are and what we call a piece of the anatomy for a dog, and I get that may be what they call their like little wagon. But do not.
Is that what they call the wagon?
I didn't think it was.
I thought it was like the schooner or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it is. So I don't know what the Red Rocket is, but the Red Rocket ride is awful and gross. That is illegal, apparently, in most states, but not Oklahoma. And you got to pay $173.49 for that one.
To be a fly on the wall in the meeting where this stuff was proposed and how they got to this. I would love to have been. Can you imagine the ideas that were thrown out to get to this?
Oh, there's got to be some worse ones out there.
Somebody has to have the copy of the Zoom call or the town meeting. I got to see it.
Oh, that is
because they were saying some outrageous-ish in there to get to that.
Yeah, when they were like, there has to be
we need some money, y'all. What are we gonna do?
Be the water boy. We'll get you. We'll give you the Make-A-Wish Kid Foundation guy, where we'll let you be. We'll put you in a little fake uniform and let you run on us for a touchdown. Do that stuff. I don't know. It is crazy to me that is like because the pictures on the 50 and all that stuff. That's stuff that Texas gives away to sponsors. Like that is real stuff. You have that in some, if somebody buys, yeah, that's kind of normal stuff that you can get a lot of that. It's really weird to just be like, for $100 you can do this though. Because normally it's like, hey, your company is investing $150,000 in you. So there's more of a vested interest on both of our sides to really let this happen for you guys to have everybody come in and do it. And this is like, you know what? $100. $100.
OU's hilarious.
Hey, they're trying to still figure it out. They're trying to figure out how to stay
Do
in
they
this.
still owe money line material money? Like what's going on over there?
They got to Venmo him?
They got a Venmo. They must have some back pay for him and Arbuckle.
By the way, I do love that every college now has a Venmo guy. That every college is like, are your Venmos like that's now in every college's manual. Are your Venmos private or public? And if they're public, I'm glad you don't do drugs, but stop doing that. That's John Mulaney has a bet. He's like, what are the rest of you guys using Venmo for?
I don't know that.
So, all right, we'll wrap it up. Steven, thank you so much for doing this. Check out Fanatic Perspective. Tell them where they can find everything.
Man, find me on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok. So excited for the season to get here. We are going to be wrapping up our rewatch series within the next week, and then I will be starting my Bleacher Report content as a correspondent for Bleacher Report on the 25th. So you'll start seeing content come that way. Very excited to be working with Bleacher Report again this year, representing Fanatic Perspective. But it's been great being on with you again, Patrick. I'm so happy. I love getting to do this with you, man. And talk to the Texas Sports Unfiltered community. It's so much fun here on Open Gym.
Dude, I love it every time you're on. Appreciate you joining us. Matt should be back on Monday, and we will be another weekend closer to college football. I cannot wait. But until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here on Monday for more from Open Gym.